I can sit here right now and I'm going to say this very simply. I continue right now with my gray hairs, believe that hard work is one of the equations of success. I'm aware that I use the word hard work now instead of hustle because the word hustle has been demonized and positioned in a way that was never intended. My first book that I wrote, right there, the green one, Crush It. It's called Crush It. But in that book, verbatim, it says, if you are unhappy, then you should consider putting in extra hours to change the course of your life. But in that book that I wrote in 2008, it says, if you work 9 to 6 and you make $63,000 a year and you are very happy, then you've won life.
Yeah, exactly.
What has evolved is I am a byproduct of my thesis. I create creative that is contextual to the time. When I first hit the scene, will resonate. When I first hit the scene, we were in 2008, 9, and 10, and people didn't have jobs.
Yeah.
And I knew that the internet was going to win and that you could be an influencer and a creator and make money. So my point back then was, hey, you've got to use 6 p.m. to midnight if you are miserable, if you're suicidal, if you're living your life for the end of you're dead. You're working too much. So work harder in the short term to get you off the poison.
Right.
It's a job that's paying for your mortgage or your debt. That was the version that people, as a matter of fact, this is actually fascinating. The human that wrote the Medium article that said I was the poster child of hustle porn literally wrote me an apology message years ago saying I used you for my own advancement. Actually, you know what actually happened? You might find this interesting. I, on a podcast, went into deep double click on how I got positioned that way by some. A lot of people watching right now that are being like, I don't even know this. There was a period, to your point, where people thought I was the poster child of hustle porn. It was because there was a Medium article written that I was the poster child of hustle porn. In that article, he wrote 30 things that were not true. And it was devastating to me because if you look at my content from 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10,
it would not reflect that.
I didn't speak about kindness and patience is a reaction to where we are now. People are lacking kindness and lacking patience. Yeah. In 2008, there was more civility and there was less jealousy and envy. Yep. What there wasn't was people didn't have opportunities and there was a gold mine called the internet, so I was loud. Today, I speak about civility and patience because every 25-year-old wants to be a millionaire and famous, and people are nasty to each other for no reason.
Yeah.
So I will always be a vessel of what do I think the right
see in the culture around you. Absolutely. Yeah.
But like why I brought up Matt will tell you the way in the humanity that I treated people, who I was, like I've worked hard every minute. I work harder, by the way, today than I did
than ever. Yeah.
So it's not an evolution of my wisdom of like, oh, wait a minute, I've never worked hard for the money or for the outside validation or for the vanity. I work hard because I adore what I do for a living and I produce a lot of content hoping I can motivate or unlock or inspire or debate on how one can get there, because I will tell you, there is nothing more true to what I'm about to say. It is, I'll even say it this way, it is unfortunate, even in the most progressive societies like France and the Scandinavian countries, it is shocking, that's a better word, because it's not unfortunate, it is shocking how much of a percentage of a human's life is at work. The amount of work that we work, for me, it's great because it's my great joy and my hobby. But in the scheme of things, if you take away sleeping and you realize how many hours you actually have in your life and what percentage goes to work, it's shocking. My argument is, if that's the case, please do something you like.
Something you love, something you care about.
At least palpable. It's got to be at least neutral. When it bleeds into toxic and negative and awful, I don't care how much you're going to not like driving a regular car instead of a fancy car. Or I don't care that you have to move out of a nicer neighborhood to a crappier neighborhood. I don't care if you have to sell your home and start renting.
Get happy.
You have to get happy. Yeah. What are we doing here?
That's right. You know, it's funny. It's making me reflect. So as the lexicon changes and words get weaponized, I have always described myself as a hustler. And I'm proud of that and fine with that. And I work hard on things that I give a shit about, right?
I love
And
that.
I think it's worth it for me to wake up early and work at night on something that I feel society needs, people need. Now, I also sleep 8 hours a night. I have a huge, robust social and family life. I hike 3 times a week. So being a hustler to me does not mean that I am
That's because you and I grew up in an era.
driving myself or my family, right? And so the weaponization of language.
That is all that happened with this.
Yeah.
Literally, the reason you and I view hustler as good is because of another sports thing. Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, was world famous before he got caught up in betting, gambling issues. And he was someone, especially for boys, for boys 45 to, or baseball fans, it's not even just boys. If you're 45 to 55, the word hustle was such an admirable, good word.
It meant you were diligent and motivated and on it.
And so to your point, to me, hustle translates to work ethic and grit and tenacity and enjoyment. I continue to think it's a great word.
I do too.
Have I changed it to hard work to make a point so I don't lose some of the people who've demonized the word? Sure, but it doesn't take away the essence. I do not think that please do not say that you're going to be a billionaire, but then work 20 hours a day, a week, excuse me. Like, let's make this logical. Let's all understand it. But
effort and results out. Yeah, absolutely.
I was so cynical as an entrepreneur and someone who invested in startups that this is going to make some people smile or go, There was such an era when I was doing angel investing in Silicon Valley that, especially after Mark Zuckerberg hit big, the Harvard thing, that every kid that was at Harvard and Stanford, you basically by default thought they were capable when 99% weren't. Yep. I actually recognized that and went the other way. I missed out
on some real talent,
on some real investments because I demonized if you went to Penn.
I know what you mean.
I overcorrected too far the other way, and I had wished, in hindsight, that I could have just seen the pitch deck because the second sheeter he walked in and said, I was out.
Yeah, right. I
didn't think they had the gusto, and I was the reverse. They came from wealthy parents, so they don't have the grit, and I made mistakes. And so the concept is profound.
Yeah, it really, well, I've changed. I mean, I was with Boston Consulting Group. We did all our recruiting at Harvard and MIT and Stanford, and I finally reached, 10 years into my career. I'm like, well, sure. Are there some quality, amazing people at those institutions? Of course. But also at University of Oklahoma, SDSU, and people who never went to college. And by the way, they have a criminal record.
It's just like anybody who's a human being knows it to be true.
But we don't operate that way always.
At scale, it's funny. Yeah. I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I just love the National Football League, even though I'm a little depressed. My Jets lost on Monday night. There was a long time. Let me use somebody I hate, Josh Allen, because he's the Buffalo Bills quarterback. He went to a very tiny school, and 25, 30 years earlier, 40 years earlier, he's going to have a very hard time getting drafted because he was from a small school. But then they started really focusing on the NFL Combine, the data. And they could see his strength and his speed. And yes, he didn't play the hardest competition, but they could run the math, the tangible things. And emotion was being left at the door. No longer was it that. And so, I think that is something that the business world should pick up on more. I think more businesses should be all in the way y'all do it, because I do think recruiting and HR and bosses and managers and CEOs, me included, we're human beings and we are affected by some of those data points, which will throw us off from the mission. People are obsessed with judging things while they're still in progress. People are obsessed with judging things while they're still in progress. VeeFriends is a baby. You don't judge a man at 2.5 years old. I met so many of you one-on-one today, and I've had so many other interactions with you over the last 10 years, 2 years, 3 years. I judge none of you. I judge absolutely none of you. Every one of us is on our journey. There will be good years, there will be bad years. This year I saw a lot of you for the second year, and some of you accomplished the things you said to me you were gonna do last year at VCon. Others were on a path to accomplishing it, but a tragedy in their actual life stopped them. Others couldn't even start the progress because the day they got back after VCon, the high came down and real life took over. My friends, so many of you are judging others while they're still a work in progress. And the one that you're judging the most is yourself. If I could somehow get this community over the next 40 years to stop judging themselves and start being a friend to themselves, everything, and I mean everything, will change. I am a more fortunate man than most because of my circumstance. I started further along, not because of anything other than the emotional infrastructure I had with my DNA, my parents, and my circumstance. Yet I have plenty of things to continue to work on and have worked on. We're all on our journey. You must stop judging yourself. I think way too many people have lost the work-life balance before it even started because they're gonna be critical on themselves regardless of it, right? It's so hard to balance. And so for me, I just know I'm doing the best that I can. And if I'm doing the best that I can, that in itself has put me in a position to succeed. And some days that means that I have to choose my family time on a Friday night, or Sunday morning, an executive ran into me on Saturday and asked me to meet for coffee and wanted to jam, and I just couldn't. You know, I couldn't because of the family time, right? And so that's the family being chosen. Other times I'm, flying and speaking somewhere or meeting, having a big meeting, and I'm missing, some sort of like school function that I don't want to miss. And that's the other way. And the truth is, I just don't beat myself up. All of us are trying the best we can. And so as long as, nothing is glaring, and to me, glaring is the following. My kids have become completely horrible people and have major problems in society, and or I go directly out of business in my businesses. As long as neither one of those are happening, I think it's gonna be okay. And so I think it's how you judge how you're balancing way more than the reality of it. And recognizing that you have a different point of view on it than your partner, than the kids, than your business associates. And I think you need to care about your point of view on it first and foremost, while being empathetic to everybody else's points of view.
Awesome. That's a really good answer. I know that, it's hard to try and not judge what you're doing and stuff like that.
That's the game, right? That's like everybody could be failing at work-life balance if they've decided they're failing at work-life balance.
Okay.
So as long as you're not, as long as your spouse or your partner isn't saying I want to break up or get a divorce, and as long as your kids aren't like eating pine tar, and as long as your banks aren't coming to foreclose your business, you're gonna be okay. And I think people are freaking out. Like, I didn't even see my dad until I was 15, and I love him and we have the best relationship. Like, there are people who've had their fathers walk out on their family and they didn't see him for 15 years, and now they have great relationships because they've reconciled. Like, people are way too judgmental and overanalyzing work-life balance in today's modern PR society. And so if you feel good about it, then you'll win. And I think not judging yourself too harshly, because it is hard to balance everything, because that's life. And I don't aim for perfect. I'm not interested in perfect. It's not real. Perfect is fake. And so I just live.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. It feels better, right? It feels better to look at it that way.
Yeah, it's I said it's hard, and I said with little kids and stuff, it's like mommy's not here, daddy's not here, and that's kind of all they see. As much as they're involved, it's just kind of hard some days. And
they're tougher than you think. How old are they?
3 and 8.
3 and 8. Tell me anything you remember of being 3. Go.
Not much.
Interesting.
Just being in a hospital. That's
right.
about it.
And you know what? When you really as long as you're counterbalancing it with love, and one of the biggest things, all these parents judging people. Meanwhile, they're around because they work 9 to 5, but if they're not deploying love and are in it from 5 to 9 every night and on the weekend, what are they really accomplishing? Just because you're there doesn't mean you're there.
Right. So do you, when you do have your family, like you said, when you have your family time, you just kind of say, that's family time, and that's kind of non-negotiable.
Yeah,
and that might be different times, but.
Yes, and sometimes it, most of the time it works out, but sometimes it doesn't, right? Like sometimes I can get distracted, and I'm just not willing to beat myself up if I decided to go down a rabbit hole for an hour on a Sunday when I should have been all in on the family. That's just gonna happen. Like
Right.
This is about not beating yourself up and knowing where your intent and your efforts are, and also knowing life's a long game. So in 2-3 years, when I'm taking my kids on business trips and traveling with them and showing them the world, that's where the benefits have come from some of the sacrifices. And I don't know, I think everybody, if they had the option of, would you rather have had your parents around every minute from 1 to 5, but not be able to do all these amazing experiences with them from 11 to 18? Versus the alternative? I just have a funny feeling all of us would raise our hand and say, I'll take that 11 to 18 shit. And I plan on dominating that, and some of the sacrifices I have to create between 1 to 8 is something I'm willing to do, and that's my strategy, and I don't give a fuck if some parenting blogger says that I'm not spending enough time with them. Fuck you.
Well, thank you.
Let me come
Let
me come and judge you from afar. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So look, this fucking notion that fear is a great motivator is actually true. The problem is, it's not sustainable. It works in the short term, but it fucks up the whole system. You may get what you want in the short term, but deep down, all those people fucking hate you. And if they hate you, they'll steal from you, they'll backstab you, they'll leave you, and how can you blame them? You fucking used fear to motivate them. You're the worst. So the answer to this question is, it seems like he's a senior dude with a boss that uses fear. How does he help? What he does, and a lot of you are doing right now, is you're a buffer, right? You eat the shit from him, but you try to make it good for your little crew. How many people right now are in a corporate or business environment where the ultimate boss drives fear, and you're trying to be the middle person to balance it, to protect them, but you're eating the shit from the boss? Clap your hands. Stand up, actually. Stand up. Stand the fuck up if you're one of these people right now. Please don't bullshit me. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Stand up. Every one of those people need to quit their fucking job. Thank you. You can sit. Now, easy for me to say all fancy on this fucking stage. What I'd probably do first is have one real kind candor conversation. Hey boss, I've been here for 3 years, 2 years, 6 months, 9 years. This is the real situation. This is it. You're scaring people, I'm trying to make it, but it's wearing on me. It's not sustainable. It's not my business. Are you capable of adjusting to this? Maybe I'm the first person ever telling you this. Maybe you don't even see it. Maybe you were trained by fear, the grandparent thing. But you have to have one conversation and then see if it does anything. All of you should be having one real conversation, kind candor, right? You don't have to be mean to your boss. Have empathy for your boss in that situation. Maybe that's how they got it trained to build what they want, but you need to have it. You need to have it, and you need to see what happens. The singular reason that I am a happy person is the only stress that I think has validity is the stress you get if you're worried about the health and well-being of someone you love. Jess, listen, I am...
this, for people to understand this, The only thing that should get you truly worked up and in a twist is your family sick.
The fear of losing a family member, or they're in danger, terminally ill, a health scare, the death of, the abduction of, the kidnapping, like the amount of, so I have unlimited stress because I have 700 businesses, I have 150 million followers on social, publicly, like I have a ton of things.
Yeah.
I literally just had this conversation with my father. He has a stress at work at the wine store. And I said to him, Dad, this thing is so small. It's probably number 987 for me in my world right now. And you're treating this like World War III. And again, Matt's probably laughing because he knows Sasha well. I have never been able to give a lot of merit. I've slipped up. I'm a human being. I'm not a robot. But it is shocking how much money and vanity is not in the equation of things that I'm going to stress when I didn't have any. People, when I say money, someone just now said, well, easy for you to say, I just Googled you, I know what your net worth is. I didn't make more than $70,000 a year in the first 12 years of my career.
Yeah.
A year. Like I lived within my means and I was happy. People are insecure, Jess. Here's why parents stress about kids getting into college. Oh, yeah. If their kid gets into Princeton, they get to tell everybody they got into Princeton. And if they go to, NC State, that's not as bougie, right?
I live in Silicon Valley. I can assure you that is exactly the dynamic.
And so parents need to stop weaponizing their children as vanity utensils for their insecurity.
Oh my gosh.
I think if you're a confident person and you're a simple person, and you will be a much happier person. And so for me, I have unlimited stress. 98% of it is good stress.
Great.
I want my company to be better.
I think that this is something people really struggle to learn to differentiate. And I did, right? Like the first 20 years of my career, gunner. I'm going to go to this high growth company. And, I got to show my impact and my merit and in a twist about all that. And now at this point in my life, I'm like, my parents are alive. It's a miracle.
That's awesome.
Like I am so much more.
I've always lived this way. I always say this. My professional goal is to buy the New York Jets. And I always say to myself, if I bought the New York Jets tomorrow, it happened. I pulled it off. And the next day, my parents died in a car crash. Would I be happy? I sure wouldn't. No. So why don't I live my life that way? Last night, I flew back from San Francisco after watching my beloved New York Jets lose. I landed. It was my father's birthday, and I drove another hour and a half to wish him a happy birthday, hang with him for a little bit, give him a kiss, and then drove 2 hours back up. Like, I act. And by the way, this is September 10th yesterday. You know this. I'm in corporate America. Like the real action for next year is happening right now.
Yep.
I'm gonna really use that 5 hours back in the office. But like, I'm not.
You made the right decision.
And I think everyone has, and by the way, I make plenty of decisions of choosing work over micro family moments. If it was my dad just hanging out, not his birthday, I'd probably so we're all living life, we're all doing the best we can, but nobody's gonna care about how much money they made in their last breaths. It's just universally real. And look, I wanna build empires, I wanna be successful, I'm doing all this stuff, but simplicity. So what I do for a living is I realize that 95% of money and energy is wasted. It's wasted in tactics, and it's wasted in creating a fake North Star. Recalling the beginning of my talk, it's wasted in creating a fake North Star of what success is, or not having the emotional strength to decide what winning is for yourself and letting somebody else define what winning is. Your girl, your parents, somebody you look up to. Please, please, please understand there are very basic things that need to get done to win. One, play your game. Always be on the offense for what matters to you. And two, realize that if you do not have a skill, if you do not have skills, you don't deserve to build a business. You can't just read about it. You can't just listen to podcasts about it. You can't just be about it. You gotta have fucking skills. Have skills, know what you want to happen for yourself, Nobody else. There's that, how many people saw Rocky 4? Like the Russian one. Just raise your hands, I wanna know. Remember that part where Drago, before the fight, he's like, Yahtzee guy, he's like, I'm doing this for myself, like, fuck you, Russia? That shit. Be fucking Drago. Do your shit for you, not what everybody else wants you to do. That, my friends, is how you win in life. I've spent most of my 20s sitting with 80 and 90-year-old people, constantly. I was very fucking weird. I would go in public, I would roll up on 80 fucking year old, people that looked like they might die before the conversation was over. Airplanes, I would switch seats, sit with an old fucker, and I would fucking drill those people. And I would ask them question after question after question. And those old fuckers, strangers, people that fucking died 6 weeks after I met them, those people formed my life because I looked at 50 to 100 people that lived it and their shit was the same. Let me say this to this crowd. How you make your money is way more important than how much you make. How you make your money is way more important than how much you make when you're 80 and your grandkids and your kids are talking about your life. Doing what you wanted to instead of what everybody else wanted you to do is the number one thing. It's the number one thing. And so many of us didn't have the strength at 15, 16, 17 to not do what society or our parents wanted us to do. The cool thing is, it's never too late. It just isn't. Like, I made a video about 60-year-old entrepreneurs that went quite viral for me, and like the emails are flooding in and it's fucking crazy. Like, it's just never too late. So, guys, it's basic, but it's hard and it takes work. And so I wish you nothing but success, and I really hope you understand the practicality that my talk was framed in, because way too many people are wishing who they are instead of realizing who they are. Too many people in this room are hoping for something without understanding that there's so much better to be grounded in what it is and then going all in on that. I'm completely convinced, and I watch it every day, that you can overshoot your ambition by understanding who you are and then just being patient. That in a 15-year window, you are far more successful than if you run to the thing that you're not in a 6-year window. There's way too many stories of this. You know them. Don't be one of those statistics. What AI is doing, forget about even generative AI. Generative AI, creative, like I'm talking just pure AI, intelligent, all of it. What AI is gonna do is exactly what the tractor did. I need everyone to hear this. The day before the tractor was invented, a shocking percentage of human beings on Earth worked on farms. This is where history, like, you can't even, as a matter of fact, watch this. I'm gonna do it while we're talking. I'm gonna make a meta moment. Watch this. What percentage of humans worked on farms prior to the tractor being invented? So I'm literally using ChatGPT while I'm answering your question right now. 80 to 90% of the people engaged in farming and agricultural work. Are you kidding me? So what do I think? I think technology, planes, trains, automobiles, boats, television, the internet, phones, they get invented and they make us do different actions. What you and I do today for work, we're doing work right now.
Yeah, and we used to do it super differently 25 years ago.
That's right. We couldn't.
I got the first laptop for sending documents and emails, and my cell phone was the size of a bread box.
Yeah, your cell phone looked like this. It was this big.
It was my shoe phone, exactly.
So what do I think? I think anyone who's putting their head in the sand and hoping this is a fad or that the government's gonna regulate it are incredibly naive.
Yeah.
Everybody should stop right now on a dime, download ChatGPT, Perplexity, all of them, and start tasting it.
Start working
because
with
it is going to change the world in a way that you can't comprehend. And some people are gonna need to adjust their crafts. If you're a designer and you just design in Adobe, you better—
Copywriter, designer, brand strategist.
It's gonna change everything for everyone. Researcher. So, I think it's a big change. And so I think it's going to make some people wildly productive. I'm going to be one of those people. What I just did right there, I do all day long now.
Yeah. Integrate it into your workflow and your exploration and summaries.
It's my co-creative strategist. I think with my AI.
Totally.
And so it's going to be a big deal. And I want, here's the last thing I'll say on it. Think of it as a tidal wave coming at you. Please use this meeting to grab a surfboard to ride the wave versus what I know a lot of you are doing, which is you're putting your head in the sand and your entire strategy is this. Yeah. Like, you have a problem with anything, address it.
Yeah.
This my favorite VeeFriend actually was going to be the first book, but I got to this. The VeeFriend that I most want to make popular is Accountable Ant. We have become remarkable at pointing fingers.
Sure.
Biden's the worst, Trump's the worst, Republicans, Democrats, America, China, my spouse, mom fucked me up, dad fucked me up, my boss is a dick, we are, what about this, brother? The thumb, Ryan, the thumb doesn't exist anymore. Do you know why I'm so happy? I stay in thumb. I spend an ungodly amount of time in an enjoyable way. This is the interesting part of like, what could I have done better? I fucked that up. Damn, I shouldn't have done. I could have. And some people when they hear me say things like that, they're like, doesn't that get depressing? I'm like, no, I'm in control. When you think everyone's in control, but you're finished.
Yeah. Yeah, I talk about this. It's called self-discipline for a reason. You know what I mean? Discipline is this mythical thing that you think you get to enforce on other people. No, discipline, it's here, right? Like, you can hold yourself to high standards, and then you can hope other people come up to this. It's not this.
And it has does it have a ripple effect? It's so funny you say that. Somebody, this struck me. I was on a Asian tour speaking, and I was in Singapore, and it was like this kind of like VIP dinner afterwards. It was the only one I did on that tour. And this young woman, she might have been 27, got into one of those favorite dinners I have, 12 people, everyone gets deep. And she talks about how she resented her mom her whole life because she was one of the biggest judges in Singapore and she was never around.
Yeah.
And then she was young, 25, 27, 29. She goes, in the last 5 years, I realized my mom was showing me how to live versus telling me how to live. One of the profound things of self-discipline is it accomplishes the goal that most parents, coaches, managers, and leaders want. A lot of people want to deploy discipline on others by acting with self-discipline, by acting.
Yes.
It actually creates the osmosis on your circles that you're looking for.
Yes, and by the way, it's really the only part you control. Correct. I remember I was interviewing this Air Force general, and he was like, even me, he's like, I'm a general. He's like, I've probably given 2 direct orders in my entire. You fantasize like that CEO, they have like an iron grip, or that coach, they're it's all volunteer world out there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Do you know the people that consume my content listen to my marketing habits better than my 2,000 employees?
I'm sure. Cool. Yeah.
Like people like always saying about like, oh, your kids. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm their dad. Yeah. I'm the only creator or person they're not going to listen to.
Yeah.
They'll take some good stuff and it's parenting, but like they're not putting GaryVee. Yeah. Like I'm not GaryVee to that. Like I do that for my friends, and some of my friends are going to do that for my kids. That's just the way the game works.
Yeah, you have to be about it more than you talk about it.
God, man, talk about life, man. That is it, man. By the way, just as a side note for all the people, there's a lot of people building marketing agencies and things of that nature. The reason VaynerMedia has become one of the largest independent global agencies in the world is I'm still a practitioner.
Yes.
I wrote the copy to my Instagram post walking into this bookstore today.
Yeah.
I wrote the copy.
Yeah.
Like I'm still in the dirt. And I think that a lot of people, here's one thing more universal than agencies. Friends, when you go from being the employee to being the manager within your company, everything changes. You know, and a lot of you think that all of a sudden everyone works for you, when in reality it's the reverse.
Yeah.
You start working for everyone.
Well, what I found too from my marketing agency, which doesn't really exist anymore, because I got tired of trying to tell other people what they should do, and I just said, I'm gonna start making my own stuff. If I'm actually good at this, I wanna market me and what I'm interested in and things that are like that I control, right?
Makes so much sense.
And so, yeah, like people.
I just went to super scale.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
But like you represented that era, and I always thought that. I remember hearing about you and others that were like doing it for bigger prominent figures, and I'm like, they're gonna figure out that they should just, because my belief was, even if you were not an electric video personality, that everybody, if they had chops, whether in written form, audio, or video, by the way, tons of people don't consume my content because it's too much.
Yeah.
So they prefer someone like you to be the messenger. That makes sense. There's a lot of people that stop listening to this podcast already because it's yours and I'm too much for them. Just like when you come on mine,
sure,
it might not be dynamic enough to hit up that adrenaline for them. That's beautiful. That goes back to a thing we touched on here. Not every flavor for everyone about everything.
Just be you, do what you do, and
let the chips fall. But what I did, but to the broader point I was making there was, I was like, oh, these kids that are actually the practitioners, they're gonna have their day.
Yeah.
Because once you don't know how, you are not as valuable, and as long as you know how, you are always valuable. It was funny, when I was doing this book, at some point I was like, oh, wait till Ryan sees this. Literally, meet me in the middle,
yeah,
right? Patient pig and eager eagle, right? Patience and being eager.
Yeah.
The point of this book, and I'm so excited to be going into kids book land, because the truth is, I've really felt the impacts of getting to kids 15 to 25,
yeah,
especially now that I've been doing it for so long. It's fun to find that 40-year-old that's been watching you since they were 25, and you talk to them and you listen to the impacts, and you get so humbled. And now I'm getting a little greedy. I'm like, okay, let's go younger. Like, to me, patience.
Yeah.
Do you know that I believe most alpha winners that hear me talk about patience, that it's one of the things that they like me, I'm a go-getter, all that, but they don't like when I go patience because they interpret it as complacency.
Yeah.
But there's a reason there's 2 words in the dictionary. Patience is not complacency.
Yeah.
Eagerness, I love, ambition, but this book is basically telling kids, and parents, by the way, that in America, we've become way too red and way too blue.
Yeah.
And the magic is purple.
Sure.
By the way, that's why this was purple. I'm like all about purple now.
Do you know Aristotle's golden mean?
Mm-mm.
All right, so many centuries ago, Aristotle said that most virtues are a midpoint between 2 vices.
Yep.
So courage, the opposite of courage is not cowardice. There's recklessness,
yes,
and cowardice, and courage is in the middle. For the Stoics, the virtue of temperance or self-discipline would be between eagerness and patience, right? Like it's in the middle there.
Love you. And so I'm using these friends to show being eager and hungry, amazing. Being patient, amazing. What I do in here is I go, too much patience becomes complacency.
Yeah.
Too much eagerness becomes sloppy.
Yes.
And how these 2 V friends, it's fun, come together, and I think it's cool. It's a middle book for kids, so you can read it from both sides. Yeah. So 2 nights out of the week, you can get them on both. And I'm so darn excited about this because I love both audiences in a parent and kid world. Yeah. So the cartoons I have coming out for V-Friends on YouTube Kids this summer, the books, the master plan I have for the next 50 years of V-Friends, my audience is gonna be both.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of things, Coco Melon is driving parents crazy, but crushing for little kids. I'm hoping to be, I'm excited, I can't wait to get the first DM or email.
Kids and parents, absolutely.
By the way, it's one of the reasons the Bluey founder flew out from Australia, and we had a meeting in New York, and he was giving me some nice flowers about some of the stuff I did around TikTok and how it helped blow up Bluey, and I was like, fuck, I gotta do that for myself, for V-Friends.
Wow.
It was profound.
Yeah.
Bluey does that, correct.
Yeah.
And that's what V-Friends is gonna do as well. I want it for both, and this is kind of my first real foray into it. I'm excited to get the first email this summer from someone who's like, hey, got the book because I'm a fan of you, read it for my 4-year-old. Gotta be honest with you, the patient pig thing really hit.
Yeah.
I know that I'm gonna be on a plane, and I can see my face in the screen on a plane already grinning, because that is a little bit of my secret plan, but that's absolutely right. The whole concept of meeting me in the middle, and real.
Because people think stoicism has no emotions. No, there's has no emotions, and then there's a slave to your emotions. Stoic is in the middle between those 2. You have it, and you choose which ones you utilize or don't utilize, but you're not. Do you know that
we're talking about the biggest pandemic in parenting right now? A lot of parents right now that are listening have an opposite view of their co-parent, right? Their wife or husband thinks something, they think the opposite.
Yes.
One parent takes the lead on something and goes over here.
Yeah.
The other parent that has a different view, to get their kid in the middle, they think they have to go here.
Yes.
But they have to
You're
go
too soft on him, you're too hard on him.
Correct. Yeah. And so the answer actually is to go here.
Yes.
But that is the opposite of what most people do.
Yes.
So I fully understand, it makes so much sense, and I think about it daily. We now live in the TikTokification era. Social media for the first 10 years was email marketing. Get as many followers as you can, and then a percentage of those people will see your content.
Yeah, your number of followers and the views something
had a direct correlation, just like email. If you have 10 million people on an email list, and you have 10% open rates, 1 million saw it. Same with social forever. Twitter, Facebook, it would tweak, but and once in a while some shit would happen, but that was it. Now, all algorithm, interest. It's why I thought Tumblr was going to be the biggest social network when I invested in it. It was interest based, not social based. Even in 2007, I kind of had instincts to who you follow, challenging game, because your friends in high school versus college versus middle school versus family life, then you have kids and your friends don't, new parent friends, that evolves. Interests, you could pick up new interests along the way, but there's some things that will always be with you. Sports and wine for me, and there'll be new things. But even when you get new things, the algo will figure that out. So the interest graph was, the reason I was so hot on Musical.ly was it was the first time I saw the interest graph again since Tumblr. And that is now evolved, and now it's now eating up everything, and it will, because that's how entertainment and all these books, and it's how we make choices. We make them based on relevance and how it, that's when you buy something. I think the number one thing you can teach a child is resilience, emotional resilience, because life is hard. And so I think that over-coddling, over-protecting, and using fear as a weapon is a huge vulnerability. And I think that in general, it makes people susceptible to what I see happen in society. I see it in the workplace all the time. So many of you are gonna be able to really nod your heads on this. I believe that most bosses use fear as a motivator. If we don't hit these numbers, if we don't, I think almost every parent is predominantly selling fear to get kids to do what they want. And I actually think it's a very, very, very dangerous framework. I got very fortunate. I grew up in an era where kids played outside a lot. And I loved sports. So my life was predominantly losing. You're losing. I mean, again, as with my mom sitting here, if you go ask her, most of my first 10 years of my life was around me crying. I was constantly crying because anytime I lost, I cried. I view that as a remarkable indicator of who I became. I cared. Telling kids it doesn't matter if you win or lose is delusional. The only thing that matters if you win and lose. What you win at and lose is the important conversation. You get to define what success is. I think one of the other major societal issues is we have become so one-dimensional in defining success as a monetary win. It's too bad. We've lost our way on public service, on general happiness. We need a redefinition of success. Look, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm good at making money and being a businessman, but I'm also very fortunate at this point in my life that I've spent a lot of time with a lot of people who've made a lot of money, and I know unlimited, miserable millionaires. I know unlimited, miserable billionaires. Who wants to be unhappy? Who wants to be anxious at night? Who wants to use drugs or alcohol to be able to go to sleep because you're worried? The dollar amount in your bank account has no indication to your peace of mind. But we've grown a whole generation of individuals to fear losing. And we've got to tweak that, and to me, that's the big one. So yeah, I think losing is good. I think losing is, I think it's remarkable. I prefer to lose, that's why I'm a Jets and Knicks fan. I mean it.
I'm a Mets fan.
By the way, I mean this. I grew up a Yankees and Rangers fan, and back to having Senora Kennedy here in high school and Brandon in the back who I went to high school with. I will tell you that the people that remember, I was a bigger New York Rangers fan than maybe even a Jets fan in high school, but once they won the Stanley Cup in '94, and once the Yankees won in '96, I was out. And I actually never understood it. Nobody did. Everybody used to make fun of me or be confused. It's not a common trait to just quit on your team once they win a championship. Usually you stick around and enjoy it. But in hindsight, now that I'm older and understand it, I think that's how much I enjoy the process and losing. I think it's the better thing, and I think that gives you peace of mind. It makes me prepared for everything. It makes me prepared for everything. I believe your relationship with losing is the greatest indicator of how you're gonna navigate life. So I had a very eventful morning this morning. I am 48 and a half, and I am playing too much basketball still. So a couple weeks ago, I played basketball, and I definitely did something to my back and my neck, and so I had a scheduled chiropractor appointment this morning. But to top that, I decided to play basketball this morning at 7 a.m. with my son and some of the guys from the office. And as some of you might have just seen, because I just posted it on social media, I took a very substantial elbow directly to the eye and had stitches this morning. And after, when I was with my chiropractor, he was doing this thing and it was clearly not pleasant. And he made a comment that my pain tolerance was extremely high. And I said, yeah, I get that from my mom. And we laughed and we talked about pain tolerance. And mainly the reason I said from my mom, because my dad's sitting here too, and I get it from my dad too. Both my parents, are immigrants who spent the first 20 years of their life in the Soviet Union. That is called, you were born into pain tolerance. And, we're a family that really back to balance, we probably went too far on the inability to complain. Even mentioning anything would be no way, you can't do that. And he was talking about pain tolerance, and he's been studying it, and he thinks there's a direct correlation to pain tolerance and how you grew up. And I thought it was interesting, and it really made sense to me. I believe the biggest thing you can teach your children is to not fear failure. I think that failure is the greatest teammate of a human being. And I think over the last 30 years, modern parenting has done a very bad job, subjectively, one man's point of view, on over-indexing, on trying to over-coddle every aspect of everything. It's actually so fun to see Senora Kennedy sitting here, my favorite teacher of all time, because where I was about to go with my sentence is, I also find it fascinating what's happened with teachers. Literally 30 years ago, if a teacher gave you a bad grade, parents would go and say, I'm sorry to teachers. Now, when kids get bad grades, parents are going to fight teachers to tell them to give them a better grade. We've completely lost our way. I think, again, seeing a lot of faces that I know my stuff, I think 8th place trophies is the craziest shit of all time. I think that it has created so much damage. The concept that you're gonna celebrate everybody the same is not natural. That's what took down communism. It's not a true thing. It doesn't work. It's not real life. I think adults have done a remarkable job of not being in the middle. I think what's actually happening right now in our society is politicians have successfully made us become very edge. We've become fully red or blue. The room for purple has become very challenging in a world where actually in real life, almost everyone's actually some shade of purple. And so I think that's dangerous. I think it's negative. I think it leads to a lot of things in humanity, and then even things I'm passionate about. Let's talk about business. I think anytime that you're over-indexing too far to the left or right on anything, that there's a problem. And I know that anything that has not worked for me as a human or as an entrepreneur has been when I've been out of balance, when I've been too far to a direction or the other direction. And so I think the middle is the special place. I think it's important. In this book that all of you had, that I hope you read with a young one, it's the story of Patient Pig and Eager Eagle. I think patience, it's interesting, as GaryVee, I put out a lot of content. One of the things that most triggers people in a funny way, I have so many go-getters and go hard and hustle and work hard. When I talk about patience, a lot of people really struggle with it because they mishear me. When they hear the word patience, they hear complacency, maybe even to the extreme laziness. To me, patience is imperative. If you want to build anything meaningful, a relationship, a business, it requires an enormous amount of patience. But like the story in the book goes, when Patient Pig is too patient, she starts being late and misses the game. Eagerness is something I have plenty of. I'm passionate about it. I love it. I love going at it. I'm very eager to accomplish and to leave a positive mark. But when you're overly eager, you can become sloppy. If you don't cross your T's and dot your I's, you can be vulnerable. And so, it's a really fun book because I would argue being eager and being patient are beautiful traits, but what the book is trying to do, predominantly for the parents that are reading it, and hopefully leaving a deposit for the kids for the future, is saying even good attributes, if they're out of whack and too extreme, become vulnerabilities. I don't attack 8th place trophies for kicks and giggles. I'm mad at 8th place trophies not because I love competing and I want to be a winner, or first is the only thing and everything else sucks. I hate 8th place trophies because we're teaching children that losing is bad. We're giving them a trophy because they are being told if you lose, it's so bad that we have to hide it by giving you this fake ass trophy. We're conditioning these children to be scared of losing. I don't know if anybody's heard the news alert. Life is only about losing. Life's about losing. We're all losing micro losses constantly. We're constantly losing. We're fucking losing every day. You need to fall in love with micro losing, which is how you get macro winning. You understand? What Marcy has to figure out is who's she scared to lose in front of her? Her mom? Her dad? 3 different people said, I'm scared to lose in front of my children. I don't want them to think I lost. I said, no child's relationship is based on their parents' business success. No child is disappointed if their parents don't build a big company. Children are disappointed in their parents when they don't get unconditional love. There's unlimited people. If you're in here unconditionally loving your parent, but your parent wasn't a massive business success, make some fucking noise. One more time. If you are here and you love the fuck out of your parents, yet they weren't crushing it financially, clap it the fuck up. Now, if you are sitting here and you fucking hate your parents strictly because they sucked in business only, make some noise. You're a piece of shit. One piece of shit and universal after-fucking-mation. Clap it the fuck up. Does anybody else feel like the last 3-4 minutes, like eventually we just I almost feel like VCon needs to just change everything. Like we just have to fucking change people's perspectives. Like how is anyone confused about I need to win in business for my kids to be proud hearing what we just heard? How are you fucking confused? You make up shit. My friends, I love you with all my heart, but a lot of you make up shit. We make up shit because we believed fake society. Somebody said, bro, I feel like you got me out of the matrix. And I'm like, in it now. I'm like, it's not the matrix, my man. It's called perspective. The matrix we hear about, it's called perspective. You want to decide everything is shit? Everything is shit. You want to decide everything is good? Everything is good. This is not delusion. This is how you deal with shit. And there's just too many people hurting and insecure inside, which is why they deal with venom. And we need to fucking figure out how to make the world friends with each other. Do you understand? She needs to figure out who she's scared to lose in front of, and she needs to deploy therapy, meditation, putting positivity in her ears, and most of all, have the conversation with the person. Most of you are here that have any anxiety in your chest are one singular conversation away of saying it out loud to the person that's fucking you up, normally one of the 4 to 7 people closest to you in the world. And if you leave VCon with anything, not a fucking pin, though they're cool, not even the great new friends you've made, which is fucking profound. It's with the courage to go home and have one conversation that you've been sitting on. You need to tell someone in your life that their judgment of you has become your judgment of yourself, and you're fucking done with that shit. Everyone is crippled to make a decision because they don't want to make the wrong decision. You're scared to make the wrong decision, and think about how awesome what he said was. Most people are like, bro, I don't want to make the wrong decision, Gary, because this one might have made me more money than this one. He's saying, I don't want to make the wrong decision because if I make the wrong decision, it came at the expense of spending time with my loved ones and my dog. That makes so much sense to me. That's even a more noble version of the fear of making the wrong decision. Here is the greatest thing about decisions. If 3 people leave with this one tonight, then I've won this whole VCon. There's a secret that you don't know about decisions. It's called, you wouldn't have known the alternative, and so it doesn't fucking matter. When you make a decision, you've made a decision, and you actually don't know how the other way would have worked out. You wouldn't have known. You think you would have known. Well, if I went to Amazon instead of this bullshit company 20 years ago, I would have made all this money. You might have got fired from Amazon. You might have been going to work one day at Amazon and got into a car accident that changed your health. You don't know. The fuck's the matter with all of you? Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Enough. You can't fear decisions. It's the way we live as humans. You're making decisions every day. You decided to come here. You might have not. We are crippled by the unknown when we can't control it. The amount of questions that were asked of me the last 3 days, asking to control some shit that you don't control. You have to let go. What you're really saying is, I'm scared to fuck up and then have people judge me for it. You gotta make decisions and you gotta move. The answer to your question, Gabrielle, is you have no alternative. Being a human being is making decisions and living with it. That's the game, and there's no other way to do it. I got a great news alert. Great news alert. This resume shit is bullshit. I have great news alert for all of you. The resume is some 1992 shit. I don't think I've ever looked at a resume in my fucking life. A better one of the things that impacted me at the selfie station, a young woman told me, I made a video, which I remember, of talking about like, so many of you, this is gonna hit heavy. As a matter of fact, if this hits heavy, make some noise, because I love this one. I'm gonna answer this one. No, I don't mean hitting heavy the overall thing, I know that, but wait. I mean this little part I'm about to say. A young woman came up to me and said, you made a video that changed my life. The video was, you said it was okay for me to quit if I was in a toxic job, even though I was only in it for 6 months, because I was scared that if my resume had me somewhere for 6 months, it would look bad, and that was some shit the old world was teaching all of us, and you told me it was okay, and I quit, and I've been so much happier. How many people here, by way of making sound, are scared to leave their job because they don't like how it's gonna look on the resume because it's such a short window? Good, so 23 people just got the fucking answer they needed. Nikki, to answer your question, you are so fortunate to be living in the world that we're living in right now, which is based on the following. Companies are looking at the resume less and less. Companies are looking at what college you went to less and less. The world moves, it ebbs and flows. 70 years ago, nobody gave a fuck about what college you went to. It was vocational, it was skill-based. Last 50 years, that fucking college thing mattered. When me and my fucking boys right there went to Mount Ida, nobody, let's fucking go. Everyone thought we were fucking losers. Nobody's ever heard of Mount Ida. And I promise you, when I look at all of them and what they've accomplished and who they are as men, we fucking won. So Nikki, to answer your question, every company that gives a shit that you were a stay-at-home mom and don't realize that the skill sets that you learn of raising children are wildly relevant for the world we live in today is a fucking company that you don't want hiring you in the first fucking place. Hard skills are a commodity. AI can do that shit. Soft skills of managing humans is the fucking game. Stay-at-home moms understand that shit way more than you fuckers out there. The courage to jump is a really interesting thing for me to think about. It's the cousin to what I was just talking about with fear. I remember going to Jamaica with my friend Joe Minakawa, who I'm looking at right now. Much to the chagrin of my mother, if she ever knew this, I remember us standing on top of a cliff in Jamaica and we needed to jump because that's what the fuck we were doing. I just remember standing over it and being fascinated by how scary that jump looked. But as I literally jumped off, landed, came back up, the thing I was most fascinated by was what the fuck went through my head in the moment that triggered me from fuck this, I'm gonna talk myself out of this like always, to I'm gonna jump, right? And it was based on courage. But what you say to yourself when you jump in real life or metaphorically is a very fascinating thing. The thing I say with humility is there's a sheer lack of collective courage at the conference right now. When I look at so many of you, it's just so obvious to me how capable so many of you are to deal with the ramifications. It connects the two characters. So many of you need to jump and you're scared of what will go wrong without realizing what will go wrong will just require adaptability for you to go back. The fear of going backwards after you jumped is something that I am so fascinated by. As if the people in the crowd judging your misstep have anything to actually do with your life. So many of you are crippled to jump into the courage because you're scared that if you lose, you have to go backwards, when in reality, you're already backwards. Do you understand? Bro, you're already fucking backwards. You're already stuck. You want it, and yet you can't jump, and courage should be applauded. Courage needs to be understood, and courage's relationship with adaptability is a very big deal. I promise you, you will never, I promise you, you will never regret your acts of courage, ever. When you go and talk, and so many of you know my spiel here, you know how much I love hanging out with the OGs. When you talk to the people that have actually lived it, their regrets are never their moments of jumping. Their regrets are always their moments they didn't jump. This week I've had the luxury of hanging out with the OGs. Some of them bang Newports like a fucking gangster. That's you. And I respect it, fuck. But when I tell you what they focus on and what they understand and what they see, there's so much power in youth. But the saying of youth is wasted on the young is very true. Experience is incredibly important. Going through the reps. And I just implore all of you, if you leave with any part of this keynote, please take a little courage away from this week and do something. Do something next week that you've been scared to do. Please, 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 please consider to cash in on your passion. Crush It, my first public business thing outside of wine, the subtitle was How to Cash In on Your Passion. I wrote it in 2008, it came out in 2009. I stand here 16 years later as convicted about passion as I was as that young man. Passion is always the bet. Passion is always the right thing to run through a wall for. If you team it up with practicality, it gets really good. If you don't, you usually have to go call in the adaptable alien and go back to a job. This is an incredibly important framework, but so many of you love so many different things, so many different interests. And right now we live in a social media world. I don't know if you've heard about social media marketing, but I'm into it. It's free. It's free. You post content and it gets distribution and it's free. Of course you can pay someone to make content, I get it, but you can do it for free. And not making content on social media around your passion, your opinions about it, your ideas about it, debating about it. If you're into cooking, if you're into praying, if you're into cards, like not leaning into putting out content that costs you nothing on this current social media world that will go away. One day, the cell phone will look like the pager, like the yellow pages, like the radio. And we are not guaranteed that the advertising platforms of the next medium will be free. The regret that many of you have in the next decade or two for not going all in when social media was free will be very high. The time in your life that so many of you in this audience are in right now is such an opportunity. Please lean into your passion. Please try. Just try. Because fear is what is holding everyone back. Just try. Don't worry about people making fun of you. Don't worry about people judging you. All the best shit that has ever happened in the world, that changed the world, was laughed at by the people that didn't understand it. They always laugh, and then they marvel. Got it? The level of practicality that runs through my body is extraordinary. There is no delusional dinosaur in VeeFriends. But after talking for the last 3 days, I might have to draw that shit. Where there is confusion in the subtleties of this message, this mission, this hopes and dreams that I have for you is, yes, like I said earlier, I'd love for you to quit your toxic job. Yes, I'd love for you to do X, Y, and Z. But some of the shit that I heard in line that made absolutely no sense. Like, I'm gonna do this. I'm like, well, tell me about your stability. They're like, I got like a week's worth of runway. I'm like, you're fucking out of your mind. They're like, I'm gonna build an AR company selling Mars tokens, but I've got a week's worth of runway. I'm like, who the fuck are you? It's incredibly cool to be courageous. But when I saw my dad's disappointed face looking at my mom when I just told the Cliff story, what he doesn't realize was it was very practical. There was nothing dangerous about it. It was just scary. And that is an incredibly important thing to understand. The things that so many of you fear, the thing that so many of you don't understand, the thing that I see people get it wrong is so many people are scared of things that are not scary and then are completely petrified of things that they should be scared of, and instead of being petrified of it, they just jump because they think it's okay. It's called the hippo shark theory. All of you are scared of sharks. Not all of you, but you know what I mean. Meanwhile, hippos kill way more fucking people a year than sharks. But because we had fucking hungry hippos, we think they're fucking cute. Hippos are fucking dangerous. But Jaws came out, scared us, and now we're scared. That's what I see in a lot of you in your career decisions. There's things that you're scared of that are not that scary because you can adapt and just go back if it didn't work out. And then there's things that you are looking to do that have no practicality in them. They have no shot. And that is a very important thing for all of you to understand. Do not allow your passions to make you delusional. Practicality is important. There are bills to be paid. I believe that many people who are unhappy can have smaller bills, can lead into other things that can bring it down. But I ask you and I beg you and I implore you to get more practical with some of your decisions. This is why, and I don't have it up here, but this is why there's two patient characters. Patient pig and patient panda allow you to be practical. If you're willing to eat shit for one more year, then you can actually maybe be practical and go after your dream. Understood?
Once we get an influx of this capital, what would be the best way to invest it back into the company? Is it better to hire people? Because right now it's just my dad and I. Would it be into equipment that can help make our jobs easier? Would it be into more marketing? Also, for background, I left my job.
Let me answer that question real quick. Yes.
All three. Well, so
the question becomes the cadence, and I think the cadence of which ones of the three are completely predicated on which ones you want to do or which ones you least want to do. And I would focus on what you want to least do.
Yes. Okay. So accounting, I definitely don't want to do accounting.
So then I would hire somebody that knows how to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can do somebody who's part-time and partial because you're still a small company. So I like to go with either extreme offense, marketing, or plugging holes that is a vulnerability because we don't want to do it.
Gotcha. Now, what if it's something I enjoy doing, I'm good at, like video production, but it also is the most time-consuming element, which takes me away from the visionary role, which is what I'm kind of in the company. Because like
the visionary role is not something you actually do, it's something you think. I'm in a visionary role in the company too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I do my visioning when I'm fucking in the shower or taking a poop or on a plane or when I'm walking across the street or while I'm talking to you right now, I'm visioning some of the stuff I want to do with virtual influencers for VaynerX because the brain has the capacity to be thinking about multiple things at once. The thing you're talking about, the visionary thing is don't let that turn into some sort of bougie entitlement.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's like, what are you gonna fucking do? What are you gonna sit in a room and look at yourself?
Yeah, no, not at all.
While you're editing, if you're like a lot of other good video editors, the video editing a lot of time is your therapy and your time to think as well. So vision while you fucking edit.
That's true. Totally. I understand that 100%. It's something I actually do a lot of my thinking in the shower. That's where I do my best thinking. And I don't know if you'll appreciate this, but my fiance and I moved back in with my parents to start this business.
Of course you brought that up knowing I was going to fucking appreciate it. I'm obsessed with everyone. I hate when people live at home so that their parents pay for their whole life and they're just sitting on the couch and fucking talking shit and doing nothing. I love when people have the strategy to have the humility to move back in with their parents, to save dollars, to reset to a springboard and extract more family time with their parents. Two very different versions of living at home. One is you're still a fucking child. The second is you're a humble operator looking to reset and strategize. Two very different fucking people.
Like I do my website, I edit my videos, I create my videos, I film myself, I do all my social media stuff. And I'm just wondering, like, is there a point where I should, look at outsourcing something like to a team? Like, am I hurting myself by trying to do too much?
Potentially. Now, the thing by doing it that allows you is you'll know how to judge it because you did it. Most people hurt themselves by outsourcing too soon. So that's number one. So good news. I love that you're doing it because you know how to do everything. You know why I was unstoppable at running a liquor store? Because I did everything.
Right.
At 14, I did the ice and I stocked the shelves and I closed the store. Like I knew how to do everything. Like, do you know why VaynerMedia is a really interesting company? Because I'm the only CEO in advertising at this kind of scale that actually does the work that the company does. All the people we compete with are ivory tower, holding company, accountants and bankers. They're not practitioners. So you've been a practitioner of everything, which is huge, which is gonna allow you to be able to build, which is huge. And when I say build, it means when you hire someone to do things, which you will if you keep growing, you'll be able to know if they're good and you need to promote them or if they're bad and you need to fire them because you've done it. The amount of people that outsource social media to people and have no idea if it's going well or not is more than most. Can you afford to hire someone?
Well, no, I mean, that's the other downside of it. If like that, I'm aware it would require, giving up some revenue that I am making in social media. So
that's called investing into your business.
Yes. And that's how I look at it.
The cliche mistake that most people make, and I can tell you're not fully there. You're on the right side of this, but Dan, do you know how many fucking people's businesses never grow because they need the money that's coming from the business for their lifestyle and they don't put the money back in the business?
Yeah, I can imagine quite a few.
Right. And then something happens and they didn't have any money in the business and they're completely out of business.
Yeah.
All because they needed a new BMW.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So, I think the other thing for you to think about, brother, is it sounds like you can afford something, and I think you should do it just to taste it, because the answer is nobody knows.
Right. Yeah. Like right now, I'm like trying to work on like packaging design, for my shipping boxes and trying to,
Well, let me ask you a question, because I didn't view it as complaining. Are you enjoying all of it, or what parts?
Yes.
Are you hating any of it?
No.
I keep doing it longer.
I just feel like I might be hurting myself because I am doing so much.
No, you're saying I might be leaving some money on the table.
Possibly, yes.
Because if you said that you love something, and I saw this way you said it, I believe you. How could you be hurting yourself if you're loving everything you're doing? You're talking financially.
Yeah, and just maybe potentially like missing out on opportunities, and not I guess achieving something as soon as I maybe could. So.
Well, that's a lack of patience, potentially.
Possibly, yes.
I think you're just got to decide. There's two different answers here. There's the continuation of joy, which I would highly recommend. And then there's what's the best way to optimize. And then to your point, and where I'm going to go with this is you could probably achieve all of it, because it just seems like you're super fucking obsessed with firewood, and anything you do is going to be fucking awesome.
Potentially, yes. Yes.
And so when I hear the amount of times you've used potentially, I would say that I have a really good insight for you. Every time that you have a burning feeling of something potentially might be better that way, you should do it. And then if it's not better, unwind it and go back to the way you did it. That's called being creative and being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, it's me too. And I have 2,000 employees just at VaynerX.
Whew. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've got plenty of quote unquote support around me. But like, you're thinking about things because you're creative, and you got a lot of things going on because you're running your business.
Right. And just real quick on your, the insecurity thing.
Yes, sir.
Like the one thing that's what I'm not afraid to admit, I have small wood.
Good way to set this out. Love you, Dan. Good stuff.
And also on my Friday night live streams, like anytime somebody gives a super chat, I have a little gimmick hooked up where like drops a coin in the cup and we all take a drink. We raise our cups, and we can raise wine glasses if you're ever interested.
Send it over, brother. I would love to. I want to know everything about your mini wood. I have zero expectation of the people around me working as hard as me. Zero. Because they're not being compensated at the same level. I think this is a huge mistake, and it's an audacious and delusional mistake that people around you should be working as hard as you when they are not being compensated as much as you are. I deal with it very easily. I have employees that are 9-to-5ers, my friend, really, and it doesn't bother me. I don't get to judge my employees' ambitions. I just have to do a good job articulating the truth of what comes along with their ambitions. So if you're a 9-to-5er and you're off the grid all weekend and after 5, it's unlikely you're gonna be the CEO one day when I move on. But it doesn't mean you can't have a great career at my company. And so I need all types. I need the people that wanna work. And by the way, I'm also very prepared when their vibe changes. I've had many employees sit in my room at 25 and tell me, Gary, one day I'm gonna run this company. And then they fall in love and start a family and move out to the suburbs and wanna go to every softball game. And I think that's beautiful. And then all of a sudden title and comp start to slow down for that person, and somebody might lap them, and that's okay too. Like, I don't judge how people wanna live their life. I'm just responsible for being articulate candorous, respectful, kind. And so I'll be honest with you, I've never struggled with the level of work ethic or tenacity or even capability of the people around me. If I think someone stinks and are lazy, I'm in control, I can fire them. Just remember, if you have employees, you're in charge. You know, like I'm stunned by how many CEOs or founders are crying about things all the time. They're like, Johnny's a mess. I'm like, fire Johnny. You can. You know, and so just a lot of excuses and a lot of lack of accountability. And like, by the way, if you're firing Johnny as your right hand and he's the 6th right hand you fired in 2 years, now it's time to not point fingers, it's time to point thumbs. Because clearly you're the problem. So there's self-awareness, there's so much that goes into building this out properly.
Yeah, I like that. Which Michael Hyatt would always tell me about stuff like that. What about your leadership has led to this result? Right, you're the common denominator.
I couldn't explain to you how much I believe the next sentence out of my mouth. I genuinely believe that every single thing in my companies that's a problem is 100% my fault. I'm aware that I didn't forget to close the door. Like, you know, like, but like, I think that level of accountability when you're at the top actually leads to a lot less anxiety and a lot more happiness. And I also think it's true. I hired the person that left the door open, or I hired the person that hired the person that left the door open. And so I think that's something that is liberating, and I think is unfortunately a little rare.
And how do you figure out where to focus your attention?
I juggle it through good people. You know, so I think one thing I've done very well is I built a very large organization with VaynerX. So VaynerX holds VaynerMedia and 8 other companies, the Sasha Group, even No Saddam, Vayner Commerce, and Gallery Media Group, PureWow.com, and things of that nature, Vayner Speakers. And then even outside of that, Vayner Sports sits outside of VaynerX. My brother runs that. And then there's obviously VFriends that sits outside of it. And now I have Vayner Watt, which is a TV production company, sits outside of it. Vayner Watt, my partner Eric Wattenberg, runs that day to day. I'm the special sauce. Vayner Sports, my brother AJ runs that. I'm the special sauce. VaynerX, I run. VFriends, I run. But VaynerX, I run with Mark Yutkin and Alan Harker and Avery and Nick and Kaylin and Hannah. And, you know, and VFriends, I run with John Troutman and Andy Craniac and Miling Chow. Like, so, you know, I think I scale through people, which works for me because I'm very much a guidance counselor, a camp counselor, a head coach, you know, a big brother. I'm very comfortable and I enjoy leading people and building really deep relationships within my business organizations. And that continuity, even Wine Library, I still run, I mean, literally while we were listening to that nice music, I'm gonna pull it up right here on my laptop. I texted my best friend Brandon something about today's wine text. By the way, if you like wine, winetext.com, sign up for it. I texted him something about it. And he's running the wine store day to day, somebody I've known since I was 14, but I'm still very involved. You know, because it's my family business, it's kind of my first love. And so, you know, I think I do it by having great people around me. And then how do I focus? Anybody who's watching this who has 3 or more children is gonna know what I'm gonna say. You're only as happy as your most unhappy child. Same with me running 10, 15, 20 businesses. I'm just kind of watching them, and wherever I need to help is where I'm at, whether that's extreme offense or extreme defense, right? So the way I view it is extreme offense, extreme defense. Either, oh my God, we've cracked something, let's go all in, and that's gonna eat up a lot of energy, or we're in trouble, let me go all in. So think of it as a boat. Uh-oh, there's a hole in the boat, I gotta go put my finger in it, or a boat race. Uh-oh, I see a path where we can beat every other boat. I'm gonna go jump and take the wheel and put my foot on the pedal, and that's how I run my world. I would argue I'm not only the CEO, I'm even the COO in a lot of my companies. But that is not because I'm trying to maximize money. I'm trying to maximize happiness. For me, running businesses day to day is my great joy. I would rather run my businesses than go skiing or play golf or go scaling, right? So Dan's advice is for a lot of entrepreneurs who actually have businesses predominantly to make money, to then go spend it on things they enjoy more. A yacht, trips, whatever that may be, fancy cars. I think I'm in a smaller group of people where, I've got VaynerX, for context of this audience, is 2,500 people in a $330 million revenue business. So it's a big business, just that one. But I get enjoyment out of being the COO in a world where I understand what Dan's saying. Like, a lot of people are like, become the chairman of the board, Gary, go do bigger things, make more money. I'm like, yes, I understand. And that's very good advice. It's not bad advice, but they don't understand me. I enjoy the HR, the challenges of restructures. I've got a lot of COO DNA in me. I've got much more COO DNA in me than chairman of the board DNA. Right, I'm the CEO, but I go down to be COO way more than I get excited about one day being chairman. In fact, I hope I'm never the chairman only of my companies. I hope that the day I take my hand off the wheel is the day I die. I was scared to ride my bike. I think I was like 9 or 10. Everybody else had been riding their bike. I didn't want to scratch my knee. I was scared to swim. I was old as my sister. I was playing knock hockey at a pool place, and I overheard that my sister, I think my mom was like, "Yay, Liz is swimming." I stopped playing knock hockey. I was 9.5. I ran and jumped in the pool and tried to make pretend that I learned how to swim first. I was scared to ask girls out. I was scared to do a million fucking things. Fear is part of it. To answer your question, every time I was scared, once I did it, I wasn't fucking scared anymore. This is why I think kids should still be fighting each other. I think one of the things that we fucked up, besides 8th place trophies, is kids don't fight in grammar school anymore. I think you should all go home from VCon and tell your little ones to punch some kid in the face tomorrow. Not for your kid, but once that kid gets punched in the face, they won't be scared of getting punched in the face anymore. I'm kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. But why I wanted to tell that story is we need to think. If you sterilize everything, you groom zoo animals. I don't know if you know what happens when a zoo animal gets put back in the wild. It gets killed in 37 seconds. We need to get comfortable with fear and losing as a society, understand it, play with it, and build. The answer to your question, brother, is everything I was scared of once I did it was a win, and it's never been a loss in my life. It might have not worked out the way I wanted to, but I promise you, I don't even remember. I've lost so much. I've got so many micro losses. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm ringing doorbells at 8 years old trying to sell something. When the first 4 people say no, those are losses. I've lost so much, it's my comfort zone. I'm a fucking Jets fan. Bunch of buddies of mine, bunch of people were like, how'd you feel yesterday with the Andrew Schultz roast? I'm like, motherfucker, I'm from Jersey. I was born in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. My friends made fun of me way worse than that last night when I went in between one class to another in fucking the hallway, motherfucker. Give a fuck about some jokes? We need to be tougher. We need to get more comfortable with fear. I don't know if you heard, but high school is over. The amount of people that put other people's opinions of them on a pedestal is an issue. It is a concern of mine, even with myself. I would die if you valued my opinion of you over your opinion of yourself. When I tell you, to answer his question directly, how do you go through the system? It's one of the biggest reasons I'm so excited about VCon. As I pushed early on, and as how I tried to find other moments with all of you, pushing you to the answer to this question, which is called practice. The way you get better at anything in the world is practice. You wanna get better at basketball, you practice. You wanna get better at singing, you practice. You wanna get better at DJing, you practice. You wanna cook better, you practice. You wanna be a better entrepreneur, you practice. You wanna get better at having self-confidence, you practice on not valuing someone else's opinion over your own opinion of yourself. You practice by putting yourself out there more. The context of this conference is super powerful and will be no question an aggressive theme of mine for 2024 is to push you to say hello to more people. More, because what you're gonna get here, as you know, is positive reinforcement. You're gonna get reciprocated likely at a high percentage in a good way. By the way, I'm not naive. I'm sure that even though we've tried to push this nice movement, like all this, that some people weren't receptive and things of that nature. They might have been dealing with something, they might be introverted themselves, but you get practice. The way you get more confident in yourself is you stop putting other people's opinions of yourself in front of yours. Then they go to me, but Gary, what if it's my opinion of myself that I suck? Then I remind them that that was instilled in you. If you think you suck as you sit here today, that you suck, I want you to understand something. That was somebody else's voice putting that inside of your head. That person felt sucky about themselves too. Something I'm about to start making a lot of content around is called fuck your grandparents. Yep, new big pillar for me coming in 2024. Whole framework, it's called fuck your grandparents. Let me tell you why. So many people in here running around with so much fucking anger and hate towards their mom and their dad and giving granny a pass when she was the one that fucking made them. So many people in this room mad as fuck at daddy when daddy's dad fucked them the fuck up. So a lot of you love grandma. She gave you some cookies and shit. Hate your fucking mom, but the grandma was the fucking problem. But here's where it gets interesting. 2026, I'm coming out with fuck your grandparents' parents. My friends, how about instead of being really fucking mad at your parents, then moving that on to hating the shit out of your grandparents, then deciding your great-grandparents were the actual shit, and then starting some weird fucking family tree fucking hate framework. How about we start deploying compassion? How about you start feeling bad for your mom and dad? How about the people here that haven't talked to a relative, a brother, a sister, a cousin, a mom, or an aunt? How about you leave VCon and fucking call them and say, I'm sorry, because this shit doesn't actually fucking matter. And you know what's most interesting to me is how not loud that clap is, right? You know what was just interesting about everything is y'all aren't ready. You like resentment as your partner. You like the ability to blame someone else. We need to get off that drug. We need to start deploying compassion, not resentment. I wanted to talk about fear today because it is the punchline. Just so you know, the world is weaponizing fear to make you think shit. Everybody, left, right, up, down, this, that, country, like everybody does the same shit. I don't want to hear your boring conversations about politics or this, that. It's all the same shit. Everyone's imposing fear on you. Everyone. Everything you must do is, to the answer to this question, understand fear. Why? Why are you scared of your kids getting kidnapped and you won't let them go out? Really, the media pumps it in your head. Because fear gets ratings, doesn't it? Fear gets clicks. Fucking pisses me off. The way I teach people is we talk about it. I just don't think, every day that goes by, I think about fear. I spend an obnoxious amount of time on fear. My intuition is that most people in this room are not spending every day thinking about how fear plays a part in their life. Why are they scared? And what are they scared of? The answer to the question is that it's not that I know that I teach, it's that I know that it's something we need to talk about. And the more we talk about it, the more likely we can do something about it. The more educated we are. People are like, Gary, you hate education. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I don't hate education. All I do is education. I hate the way that education is being sold to our children in 2023. We need to educate more about fear, understand fear, and understand it. Imposter syndrome is slang for insecurity. I felt insecurity in swimming, in riding a bike. I was always fearful of drowning or hurting my knee. So as a child, I had insecurities around common things. I was also insecure or scared of my first kiss. Adolescent stuff I can really associate with insecurity, right? As a business person, you have to understand how my life worked out. I was getting D's and F's in school. So grown-ups were giving me negative reinforcement. And this was the 80s, and in New Jersey, and blue-collar New Jersey. So, they all were well-intended, but my teachers were not politically correct. I had teachers say that I was dumb, that I was, a loser, that I would grow up being a garbage man. And I was very fortunate because I was unable to listen to them. I did not absorb that. And there was only two reasons. One, my mother was such a positive force of reinforcement at home that I thought I was the best. But she wasn't a modern parent where it was delusional, you're the best and no consequences. It was you're the best, but if you do anything that's out of line, you're gonna really feel the wrath. And number two, the market. Listen, the market. When I was 6, I sold the most lemonade. When I was 10, I sold the most baseball cards. When I was 15, I was selling the most wine. And so the market was always telling me I was good. So I could never really have imposter syndrome in business, aka insecurity, because it's always been a positive reinforcement. Plus I love sports. So with a sports overlay, I knew that you don't win every time. I think one of the biggest issues in our society right now is 8th place trophies. We demonize losing to children, thus rendering them to be scared of it. And I think we've created losing as a boogeyman, and now people are scared to lose. I'm gonna go very dark. I weirdly prefer to lose. Yeah, I like it. I like that feeling of my chemicals saying, okay, now let's figure it out and win next time.
Great, that's how you respond to it.
I love adversity. I love my back against the wall. I love being don't put baby in the corner. I want to be doubted. I prefer to be booed. I would have been a great athlete on the road. I would have been a super villain. I would have adored everyone booing at me.
What advice do you have for people to get more tuned in to the present and be a better listener, like you just said?
Boy, there's a lot to it. I think, first of all, I think all of this, for every entrepreneur listening, it's about self-awareness. When people ask me, what's a starting point? The starting point is self-awareness. Do you know yourself? I think too many people are obsessed with wishing they were something versus focusing on what they are. And that doesn't mean don't push yourself and try new things. It just means delusion is a bad business strategy. And so, not everyone's cut out to be a salesman or an artist or a project manager or a product designer. You've got to have a sense of who you are. So my biggest advice to everyone is, what are you passionate about? Because I think if you don't have passion, it's very hard to sustain the amount of work that is required to actually build an entrepreneurial success. I think that's disproportionately the biggest issue at hand. I don't think people understand what they're signing up for with entrepreneurship. It is a constant game of losing with occasional wins.
That is so well said.
You know, and I don't think people understand. It's kind of like boxing. Like you're constantly getting punched. You're trying to punch back, but you're definitely constantly getting punched, constantly trying to dodge punches, and occasionally you get knocked down, and hopefully you get up, and occasionally you knock something out. And so, you know, I don't think people have the intestinal fortitude or the stomach for it. And I think the only way you can actually do it is to enjoy it. You know, like when I look at my schedule, when I think about my days, when I think about how hard it is, it makes me think about people that can go to the gym for 2 hours and really go hard at it. That doesn't come natural to me. I don't like that. I do it because I want to be healthy and I want to live longer and all those things, but it is not enjoyable to me. It does not come natural. On the flip side, doing a 12-hour straight entrepreneurial day with 65 meetings, 30% of which are headaches, 50% of them which are mundane and I've got to get through it. You know, that takes a level of enjoyment of the grind. And I think that the reason people burn out is not because they're putting in too many hours, it's because they don't enjoy it and they're anxious.
So true. And that stress is getting to them. Yeah. So you got to kind of enjoy the journey.
By the way, I burnt out in school. By 4th grade, I quit because I didn't enjoy it and I was anxious. I didn't enjoy the negative feedback. I didn't like the process. I didn't believe in it. And I struggled with it. And, you know, I lived my entire childhood grinning and bearing with Monday through Friday. And I feel very empathetic and sympathetic for people that hate their jobs or their entrepreneurial ventures because I couldn't imagine living for the weekends like I used to.
Yes. Wow, that's a lot. I think it's so significant what you're saying, the idea of self-awareness and also just really being honest with yourself about what's going on with you and recognizing what the sweet spot is. Honestly, the way we can all work hard is to love the journey. If you love what you do, you can put more time and energy into it. One thing that you...
I want to just double click.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can feel people on the other side kind of glossing over the way you just recapped that. My friends, please listen. If you do not like it, it will not work. Like if you're doing a business for the money, one of the biggest reasons that people fail is they chase the current hot thing. They're into crypto, then they're into cannabis, then they're into real estate, then they're into AI. And they're chasing money. And chasing the short-term money is the #1 strategy that makes people fail. And so before we move on, I just want you to, it's not a hokey thing to say you have to enjoy the journey. It's the only sustainable thing. You know, look, I love my relationships, and to know that there are people around Earth that work directly with me, I basically judge my life based on how do the people closest to me view me. You know, especially now that I've lived a life where I have a public persona and a public life, you know, I've had to really get comfortable with being judged without being known. And, you know, 85% of the time it's wonderful. People put me on a pedestal I don't think I even deserve. And then 15% of the time it's challenging because no one wants to be hated or disliked. But for me, I love knowing that the people that know me best like me the most. There's only one very small group that doesn't apply to. And it was the individuals that I was unable to be candorous with and then sloppily fired. So they don't view that I was upfront with them or that I was full of shit. And that bothers me tremendously. And so I wish I knew that candor was the vulnerability. I know we spoke on it earlier, but that's the truth. That's the answer to the question. So obviously I share a lot. I'm very out there. And as you know, I don't really share my personal life. I think that personally, I think that over the next decade or two, that will become more common. I think we're in an era right now where people are really sharing a lot. And I don't think they realize what happens when you share your entire engagement, you know, and like when you give people, when you give the world things, it's theirs, not yours. Right? So I think that there's a lot of things that people haven't gone through yet in their lives. And I also think that people mistakenly use their children and their relationship to get more likes and attention. And I don't think they think of the back end. You know, and I hear this from friends now, because I've been talking about this for a long time, and I've got some friends now who are like, wait a minute, like I'm getting stopped by people in the street that are saying hello to my 5-year-old child, and it's a little creepy and a little weird, and definitely the kid is starting to react. And I'm like, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, you can't be mad at them. You're blasting out unlimited content of little Connor, and that becomes interesting to people, and they want to say what's up to little Connor. And like, you know, it's very, you know, it's one thing when a celebrity acts in films, and then when they're out and about, people are coming up to them with their kids and they're like, yo, I'm with my family. And we've all knew that, right? Like all of us have heard that. I remind my friends, I'm like, those people are not sharing their family.
Yeah.
They're just known. So I feel no pressure to be holistic to my audience. I feel pressure in providing value to my audience. And value, you know, I don't think of it I don't put holistic or fully 360 or full transparency. That's not how I think about it. I think about what's worked for me, and what I think it's worked for my audience is I think about like, why is this post good for them?
Yeah.
I think that's really worked for me. I think people think about, why is this post good for me when they post? And I think that's what led people to relationships and children and dogs, because they get likes, and that's what they want. I think about it differently, which is like, why would somebody see this and why would that be good for them? And me posting a photo of being on a fancy vacation, or have an expensive watch, or a private plane, or a pic of my relationship or my kids or whatever it is, I don't think that that's valuable. I really don't. You can, in a very deep conversation on this, you could say that it's escapism. You could say it's intrigue. Like I can get there, but it's not high value. It really isn't. As a matter of fact, I think oftentimes it just makes people unhappy. Like when you see somebody on a private plane, you react like, I can't be on a private plane. When you see someone with like their family on a grassy grove and maybe you're in a fight with your spouse right now, you're like my life sucks. And I think that people are not thoughtful in what their content is doing to the other side. And by the way, I don't mind lightweight content, but I'd rather you post a picture of potentially, let's just talk about this. I'd rather you take a photo of like baby formula on your, like spilled on your notes for work, and you talking about like some days you just have to laugh when you're balancing two things, versus now you're doing something where you're like head nodding to other moms being like, yo, this shit's hard, right? Versus what I think a lot of people are doing, which is like, this is just gonna get a lot of likes because Oakley looks so cute.
Yeah.
But like, what is that really doing? I think it's a conversation people need to think about, because you're really sharing with the world.
Yeah.
It's not like you're sharing with your 3 best friends from high school or your family. You're sharing with the world.
And it's intense. The world is intense.
Yeah, the world is intense. And you've got to be accountable that like you put it out there.
Yeah.
When people are like, I can't believe these people. Well, you put it out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Accountability.
And we're not empathetic. Like when someone leaves a nasty comment about, like, I'll give you an example, cliche thing that happens in society. Person posts their kid, they're a year old. A lot of kids, as you may know, like they all grow up so differently. Some talk earlier, some walk earlier. I saw this the other day. Actually, this is a real life example. Somebody made fun of someone's kid because they were like 15 months old. Oh no, it was the first birthday picture, and the kid's completely bald still, no hair.
Okay.
And it's like, the comment was pretty nasty, right? Like, you know, when's your kid gonna grow hair? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But do you know what my reaction was when I read that? As I do what I do for a living? I say to myself, we don't know if that's a person who's now on 4 years of not being able to have a child with their spouse.
Empathy. Yeah.
Like, why would somebody say that? Let me give you the preview. They're hurt. Why are they hurt? Maybe they lost their child. Maybe they had a miscarriage. Maybe they can't conceive. Maybe their spouse just left them. Like, maybe they had a bad childhood. Like, I don't know. So these are the things I think a lot about. The reason I wrote Jab, 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 Right Hook, the premise for everyone who's listening is everyone on social was struggling because they just wanted things. They were selling the whole time. And so I was like, give, and then ask. And don't mix your give and your ask. So what you asked there was, hey, Gary, it feels a little bit yucky, or I don't know how to make this work for my stomach. I feel like, because you were mixing them, right? You were mixing the ask and the give. Just put them on.
Okay.
And yes, of course, like, to me, the way I would do that is after you have a lovely podcast, whether you do it then because you feel like you hit it off, or you do it in the future, this is how I would do it. So let's say you're on my podcast, we'll reverse roles. Let's say it really went well. We just hit it off. We laughed about our grandfathers from Russia. We laughed about our kids went to the same school. We laughed about both being into some sort of watching Bridgerton, because, you know, a podcast can go anywhere, right? If it goes well, no different than like a first date where you ask someone out for a second date, or no different than like you met somebody in 5th grade and you both had a nice time on the playground. You're like, you want to come over to my house and be friends? Like, I think if it went well, especially if you did it in person, which I highly recommend.
Okay.
Right? Especially because you're in the same market. You're being very, you know, I'd highly recommend doing it in person. If you do it in person and it goes well, literally, like, after your banter of the show, you literally are saying, I'll do it with you, I'll be you, you be the, I'll be like, that was a lot of fun. Like, obviously, you're aware that this is what I do for a living. Like, if you ever need anything, please let me know. Hope you have the best day. Like, always around. Thank you. That's it. Literal, simple, like, hey. Or if it didn't go like as smashing well, it was kind of professional, didn't seem like the opening there was, I would literally wait 6 months to a year and reach out via email and be like, hey, maybe even a year. Hey, it's the 1-year anniversary of our podcast together. Thinking back to it, was a lot of fun having you on. Hope everything's been going well. How's that development thing you're doing down in, you know, downtown? Just to remind you, maybe wasn't even on your radar, this is what I do. Would love to, you know, grab a drink and talk business if there's anything around. I just think those are very respectful ways. But when they don't reply or they don't reciprocate, it doesn't even run through your head as if anything went wrong, because of course you understood that you may be able to do business with them on the back end, but, you know, the punchline is you really are okay. You put them on the platform without actual expectation that it would 100% lead to business. The number one thing I heard in line, number one, was, Gary, I was waiting to get up here and I thought about what I was gonna ask you, and all 28 things that came through my mind since I've been flying out here or while I was in line, I already know what you're gonna say. Right? I was just going through the motions out there. You knew. You like that one? You like that, baby, right? That's what happened with us? I remember. And that triggered the final thing I want to tell you at VCon 3. You know. You know. You're just using me for a little courage, a little push, but you know. So if you want to make this whole journey fruitful, do the thing you know. Just do the thing you know. We must eradicate fear. Fear is the currency of our society. It's what politicians use, it's what companies use, it's what news uses, it's what parents use, it's what the people that don't love you use. Fear is the poison of our society. And I ask all of you to take the energy of this and bring a little ounce of kryptonite elimination of fear from VCon, from this weekend, and start with yourself, because you can't help anybody if you're not good. My friends, please be unwavering in whatever you decide to do after this conference. Full tilt. Do not bend. Do not listen. Man, did so many of you in line say, but they are saying, who is they? Who the fuck is, who the fuck is they? I'm trying to find out. I need to find fucking they and kill those motherfuckers. All day in the fucking sun, they say, they who? They said this won't work. I'm like, who are they? They're like, I'm like, they're fucking losers. Why are you listening to them? My friends, please, just forget the whole fucking talk. Forget this whole talk. Promise me one thing. From now on, when someone's telling you some shit that isn't fully landing with you, that's against what you want, please take a step back, pun intended, and look at them. If you don't want to be like them, they should be the last people you're listening to. They're not like us is right, bro. Thank you, my guy. Love you, bro. Listen to me. Thank you, bro. Listen to me. You are all listening to a lot of they, and almost always they are losing, and they just want you to lose too. They may not realize it. I don't know if you've heard it. It's called misery loves company. My friends, you've got to stop listening to they, and you need to lean into being unfucking wavering. This was the original logo of VFriends for a very specific reason. I am the byproduct of somebody who told me always and every day that I was capable. Tamara Vaynerchuk told me, he said, Sasha, you were not the one who told me that I was capable every day. Okay. My mother told me I was capable every day. She held me accountable for all the dumb shit I did. Actually, I have an idea. Just because this will be really enjoyable when we fly home tonight, can everybody make some noise, preferably more than the noise you made for Sasha, for my mother, Tamara Vaynerchuk, right now? Everybody up, everybody up, everybody up, everybody up, everybody up, everybody up. Dad, stand up for mom, Dad. No speech. So, the reason I wanted to make the Capable Caterpillar the logo was I had a very distinct vision for this brand when I started it, and I continue on that journey today, which was through a series of storytelling, digitally and physically, through all the things, many of now that you are seeing, with many more, because it's early, that we will achieve. I just really want this collective community to leave thinking they're capable. Most of you, some of you, unfortunately, my belief is that a majority of you are not byproducts of somebody that told you that you were capable every day. And my guilt and gratitude that I lucked out in having somebody who did motivates me like a fucking monster to do it for everybody else. You know how it's weird when you work out and then like if you get more advanced in it, or if you work out with somebody, you think that you're done and you can't do it, but you actually have like 17 more fucking reps in you. I think about that shit all the time. Or the cold plunge, you go in and like you don't realize, but like your brain does something to protect you, this is the punchline, that it makes you get out way earlier than you're even remotely close to being in trouble. That's how I feel after these 3 days of talking to so many of you. So many of you are so much more capable than you think, and I can see it in your eyes that you don't think you can, and it's so blatantly obvious to me that you can. I just want all of you to know from the bottom of my heart, you're dramatically more capable than you think you are. You could deal with breakups and job changes and crazy shit that you never thought you could. This is why I'm always sad when people are complaining about dumb shit. All of us in this room have incredible heartache in front of us. It's the story of life. And becoming comfortable with being uncomfortable and then leading into gratitude in your darkest moments is an incredibly important framework. And so I just hope that you get to fall in love with the capable caterpillar as much as I am. There's a reason that there's 2 patient characters, and I think we've done a good job in the first 3 years really giving a lot of love to Patient Pig and Patient Panda. I believe that the biggest thing that is holding back most people is their lack of humility. I am profoundly taken aback by people's ego. We invited so many different people here. I used a lot of my tickets for different people here. So many of them seemingly successful and have so many things. And I watch very carefully. And watching different people navigate different ways because they think they're somebody. Because what, they have 500,000 followers on Instagram? Who gives a fuck? Fuck you. Humility is an unbelievably beautiful and remarkably powerful trait. I want everybody to hear me nice and slow as I deliver this sentence. When you do not deploy humility, you are posturing. You are deploying ego. You are manipulating. You are dancing around, not physically. When you do that, especially if you're good at it, you can usually trick 50, 60, maybe even 90% of the people. The problem is, when you're doing that, you're also exposing you to the 3, 5, or 10% of people that you actually want to be winning with. I'm gonna let this get claps. My friends, you are not tricking winners, you are losing credibility with winners. Please learn how powerful humility is. If you've been enjoying getting away with not being humble, I promise you when you look around the circle of the people it's working on, it's not the greatest circle you can be in. This is very imperative. Please understand this. You could have unbelievable ambition, confidence for days, gusto and competitiveness, all of it. That is not in conflict with humility. You can balance these seemingly 2 opposite things because in fact, they are far from opposite. They are tremendous partners in crime. End state, emotionally, for so many of you that I dream of, is deep confidence with overwhelming humility. And I hope you learn that humility is not soft. Humility is fucking strength. Like, we live in a great time now. Like, for a lot of us, I'm 48, so I touch a lot of 50, 60, 70-year-olds. Like, 70-year-olds didn't grow up with the knowledge of being this young, of like, what should I address that I got affected by? I think people get overcorrected and become entitled and overcome, but what should you work on? Again, every person's different. I personally believe, first of all, therapy is remarkable, but it's also not financially achievable to everybody. So you have to remember that. That's 1. 2, I work out. I started getting serious about my health 10 years ago. But I can tell you right now, I don't get any substantial mental benefit from working out. I really don't. Like, I don't get the runner's high. I just get the wake up in the morning and pissed I have to do it. Like, I'm in that camp. Other people get a lot of value from meditation. Has had a huge explosion. That's wonderful, and that works for some. That, by the way, is not my go-to either. For me, it is choosing to consume positivity over negativity. I believe that I believe that what you need to do is spend time consuming people and hanging out with people that don't like fear, that aren't succumbing to fear, that fight against fear. I believe what is in your ears and in your eyes fully dictates who you are. My greatest issue with society right now is how many mediums push negativity and watching what it does to people when they consume so much negativity. So I think the best way for you to get less fearful is twofold. One, surround your ears and your eyes both with physical people and information that you choose to consume that is based on fighting fear and choosing optimism. And two, were you scared to ride a bike or swim? Yeah, I was very scared of both. As a matter of fact, it's fun to have my sister here. My sister, this is something I've never liked to say publicly, but it's true. My sister's 3.5 years younger than me. She learned to swim before me by about 7.5 minutes. I was at the pool playing knock hockey. I heard my mom go, "Yay, Liz," because she learned how to swim. I shit my pants out of fear that my sister swam before me, jumped up from left knock hockey, jumped in the pool, scared crapless, and learned how to swim on the spot, and then tried to convince my sister for a year that I learned how to swim first. That's called being competitive. Where I was going with that is I was scared to swim. I was scared to ride a bike because I didn't want to scratch my knee, but you just have to do it, and you have to scratch your knee, and you have to take in a little water and choke. Whatever you're scared of, the only actual way to do it is to do it. The thing that I think gets people to do it is by surrounding themselves with information and energy that gets them there, because I think negativity hangs out with negativity, and I think positivity hangs out with positivity. Yeah, thank you for that. It's a very big one, my man, thank you. If you feel like you might be skewing negative, or you wish you were a little more positive, pay very close attention to who you spend time with on the phone. I believe that negative people talk with negative people and they just circle around each other, talk about everything is bad. And so I think changing who you spend time with and what you listen to has the single biggest impact on human beings. First and foremost, I think a lot of you know this, I love talking about parenting and parenting advice, but I like to talk about it in the macro. I think actually one of the craziest things in the world to do is to tell someone else how to parent their children. They have no context, it's crazy talk. One. Two, I think the greatest gift that parents could give themselves is grace. There is no confusion, I think, to anyone that parenting is an incredibly challenging job, right? You love them so much. Of course, fear is part of the equation. You're scared to lose them. You're scared for something to happen that's bad. I just saw my mom and she's like, "Who's the guy that elbowed you? I'm gonna kill him." Then she's like, I'm 48, that's where her mind goes, right? So when you're parenting, it's hard. Plus, then it becomes circumstantial. I had a father who came to this country with nothing. We lived in a studio in Queens and had to build a life. So I didn't have the luxury of having him around. So when I became a parent, I was a workaholic too, but I was around more than my dad. And so I don't know, at the time when it was happening, I was like, I'm around, because my context that I grew up with was different. And so even though I knew I was working a lot and more than my contemporaries, by the standards of what I grew up with, I thought I was putting in a lot of time. My children are 15 and 11 now, and now you're in a place where you can start to understand, like, how do you feel about it? And probably 3, 4, 5, 2 years ago, I was like, you know what? I want to adjust and put more time in now, because once it's 18, we all know the story, right? I don't choose to beat myself up even though I feel like I've wanted to adjust. I think one of the great mistakes that parents do is they beat themselves up. You're trying. You're doing the best you can. That doesn't mean don't be accountable and don't give yourself a pass. Where I'm going with is this. The fact that you're even asking me this question means your twin girls are very lucky. You're gonna try, but I also don't want you to beat yourself up because you're trying to build something for your family. This goes back to the middle. When people wear a badge of honor that they've never missed a kid's, volleyball game in 18 years, I think that's beautiful. But then a lot of those people that I meet are also talking to me about how their careers are in big trouble and they need help and there's a problem. And I'm like, maybe you went too far. Where I'm going with that is, it's not the cool, noble thing for me to tell you that it's okay for you to miss the recital of your twin girls on a Friday. But I can tell you as a human being that if that happens to coincide with you closing the biggest deal for your insurance company of all time, that's something you have to focus on. And children react to intent. This is very important because humans do. Children react to intent. There's plenty of parents that went to every event but were on their phone the whole time or were talking to the buddy next to them. So they checked the box that they went to the Little League game, but their kid knows they didn't give a crap. They were there to have a couple of beers with the buddies and weren't paying attention to them at all. Intent matters. So as long as those girls know that you love them and you intend to love them and you tried to the best of your abilities, but occasionally things popped up, I think work-life balance is a very interesting framework. First of all, what's balance? Who gets to decide? You and your partner get to decide. Then your kids will tell you about it when they're 20. Even when you have the greatest parents in the world, you have plenty of feelings about what they did wrong, right? So there's nobody who's grown up who doesn't say, I wish they did this, or I wish they did that, or I have feelings about that. It's the most special bond of parenting, right? But I think that you can't beat yourself up. You're trying to provide, and there's going to be times where you have to make a sacrifice. And as long as you're deciding and you feel good about your decision, I think people would be very shocked how resilient children are to the occasional missteps of a parent. But I think the intent is the punchline.
My question is, how do you handle stress and adversity in your businesses?
By realizing it doesn't mean dick. I mean it. I have never been able to really get down on business because I basically make pretend in my mind when something awful happens in business that instead of this awful thing that happened, we had a great day, but I got a phone call that one of the 10 people I love the most died in a horrific accident. And it just wakes me up and puts me in perspective. I have business in a very big perspective. I am unbelievably not interested in money. I do not validate myself. I'm not interested in flashy shit. I'm into the game. Money is great, it's fine, it rewards a lot of opportunity, but the stress is easy when you don't have your emotions wrapped up in the success of your business.
Yeah.
I love doing business. The reason I garage sale or go do a week at a baseball card show like I just did is because I love the process, not the gifts that are given to me personally from the business. So the stress that I get from business is extremely low because I'm not scared to go to zero.
Yeah, makes sense.
You understand?
Yeah.
And that, if you go deeper, is grounded in the fact that I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me.
Yeah.
If I completely collapse and go to zero and everybody here and all of social and all of internet says, see, he was full of shit, he wasn't good, I generally wouldn't care.
Yeah.
I just have no interest in living my life based on other people's opinions.
Thank you.
I just think you need to put business in perspective. And also I'm thankful for playing. The cost of entry of being an entrepreneur is having ridiculously difficult days. You want to live your life on your own terms? Of course it should be hard. Otherwise we'd all be doing it. But what I forgot was that I asked people who were miserable at their job to stand up and commit to quitting. And I was so emotionally taken aback by how many of you told me in line, and it was just a half a dozen, but fuck, 6 people who told me, many more I know did it, that you did that you did the hardest thing, and and listen, and we're about to go into this, clapping, like quitting your job is not necessarily the right thing 80% of the time. I'm being serious and I'm about to go into that, but that you quit it and then you told me what happened, and the tears and the emotion of how much happy you are, which is fundamentally the simplicity of my life. I am desperate for people to be happy because I'm so happy. And I just know that it's good and it's worth fighting for at all costs. So just curious, if you were one of those people, I know you might not even be here, but if you're one of those people that quit last year and you're happier now, please stand up so I can clap for you and so people can clap for you. So now, lights, you're doing a great job. By the way, anybody who's contemplating missing fucking T-Pain, you're out of your fucking mind. So I don't want to see on Twitter like, oh, we went to dinner in between your keynote, Gary, and we missed T-Pain. Do not fucking miss T-fucking-Pain. Do you understand? I don't want to hear, I've got a flight to get. Cancel that shit. I ask, lights on right now before I go into the talk, if I may ask, and it's very hard to be vulnerable in public, but I ask that you do it. How many people here professionally are unhappy with what they're doing for a living? Please stand up. You fucking liars. There come Hoshka. I want everybody to clap it up for these people to encourage them. You could sit, because the amount of time that we spend at work is staggering. When you take out the hours of sleep, it becomes astonishing how much it takes up our entire lives. The concept of doing something that's killing you inside, especially for it to pay for your lifestyle when you don't have the humility to take a step backwards in your lifestyle to unlock your happiness, is one of the great mistakes of humanity. And I hope that what we talk about here may unlock some of that happiness. I won't even go as personal into the next realm of how many of you are unhappy in your personal life with your relationships, because I think it's maybe a question too far to have people stand up, especially if you're sitting with that person in the crowd. Shit can get weird at VCon, but I beg, it's the word that comes to mind. I beg for all of you to understand that the number one thing worth fighting for is to be happy. One thing that absolutely was obvious to me and has been one of the core strengths of my life is how much adaptability I have. It is no question one of the foundational elements of my professional career. I love, and by the way, let's give a big shout out to Sasha. Dad, stand up. I'll get to mom later. You always yell at me that mom gets so much credit. I try to give you a moment and you're like, what about mom? Impossible to please. Adaptability. Not to put my father on the spot, because he has so many qualities that I think are dramatically stronger than I, but one of the things that I remember very early in my career was I thought and continue to believe that changing your mind is huge. My dad took a very interesting take on making decisions. He actually, in my mind, blended two things. He's so incredibly honorable and loyal that he sometimes confused that in one man's point of view of meaning that you say something or you do something and then you do it for life. A kid told me in line that he doesn't want to quit this job that's killing him because he wants to be loyal to his employees, that his coworkers. That's unbelievably admirable, but it's also something that he will regret his whole life in his 80s and 90s. Adaptability is the single core strength that can lead to happiness because it means that you're not scared. All I heard for 3 days in one size or shape or angle was fear. All I heard for 3 days was fear. Different versions of it in different packages. And the reason that most of you are not adaptable is because you're scared of the outcome. This is very important. It's as important as me telling my friend Glenn to shut up because Victoria's trying to listen and you're bugging the shit out of her. That's me being adaptable in the middle of the keynote. You see what I did? That's adaptability. I'm really focused, but I'm worried about Victoria right now. And so I adapted in real time. And so I'm telling you, the adaptability that so many of you lack, the inability to change your mind or change, is completely almost always predicated on your fear of the judgment of people around you on your adjustment. So many of you, because of the way Web3 has navigated over the last 3 years, made outlandishly humongous statements to your friend network and your relatives 3 years ago. For almost all of you, that has not panned out. People were early, and people forget. People remember what they want to remember. This is a long process to build anything. Anything meaningful takes tons of time. Adaptability is the drug that can get you through it when you're going through your ups and downs. Adaptability is an incredibly big word. It matters a lot, but it's very hard to be adaptable if you are grounded in fear. My question is, what are you so scared of? One of the reasons I talk so much about swimming and bike riding and having your first kiss is because it's a connective thing that all of us went through. Some were more scared of it than others. But once you got over the hump, you weren't scared. So many of you asked me how. Whatever it was, you said how. And I said, in the great words of Allen Iverson, practice. The way you get shit done is by actually doing it. The amount of time spent in this collective room at this conference of contemplating a decision was staggering. When what you're trying to achieve was met with just the action of just fucking doing it. The problem is you're crippled to do it because you fear the ramifications emotionally. That is something I'm desperately trying to unlock, and I hope that many more of you can achieve. Please fall in love with adaptability. I think one thing I'm excited about with day trading attention is I hope people realize, almost everyone who's listening here, who's ambitious and going at this, businesses or humans, are gonna realize after they read this, oh shit, why am I not on Facebook? Or oh fuck, like I'm crushed, I got TikTok and Instagram Reels. Yeah, like why am I not doing YouTube Shorts? Yeah. The incremental slight tweak to be on those platforms as well, with a slight copy or editing adjustment that respects the room of YouTube Shorts being different than TikTok, is one of the explosive things for the A players. Like this book for me was like a 201 or a 301. Like what I'm excited about this one is like if you've never been in the game, it will help. But for people that are like you, like real players, the reason I went so deep is like, I'm like, hey, let me take that next step in book form so that even the best people in the world that are winning, seemingly winning, Charlie D'Amelio, Logan Paul, like Mr. Beat, like, let me give them 3 to 4 things that, because I have the luxury of not only being one of those people, but I also have VaynerX, a 2,000 person global marketing agency. We spend billions of dollars in media on behalf of clients, make quadrillions of pieces of creative across all platforms. So I'm sitting at the epicenter of really looking at quant and qual data that makes it very clear of what can and can't be done. And one of the biggest expansions is, to your point, the biggest mistake creators make is they talk about things they don't believe in because they think they need something new to say. Yes. And what I think is, look, I believe in things, I get pumped when I change my mind, that gives a whole new genre. Sure. But why would I compromise my belief system? I just find new analogies, new context points, new mediums, new platforms, and I always layer current events into it. Yeah. AI allows me to talk all over again of what I talked about with social media. Yeah. The analogies I made on social media stages in 2006 of everybody putting their head in the sand and hoping social media wasn't gonna happen, well, guess what? It's back. It's called AI. By the way, I'll go into the camera here. Like, your AI strategy cannot be, you will get fucking destroyed by that tidal wave. You better find a surfboard and ride it, because AI doesn't give a shit that you're scared of it. 7 years ago, 10 years ago, I know a lot of people are gonna hit me up about this, because another thing I get hit up a lot about. I put out a free deck. It was like 84 pages, and it did that. It was the content pyramid. Yeah. I was like, here's why I do GaryVee and podcasts. Yeah. Because it becomes here's how I take this and make 84 pieces of content. Yeah. And when I tell you, every time I'm in an airport, a 27-year-old kid, guy or gal comes up to me and says, that's how I built my social media agency, that deck, which I put up for free. Yeah. That's exactly how I've been thinking the whole time. Yeah. And now, the library, to your point, the intellectual property of human, just like Marvel and Disney, just like why I do VFriends, to build another library of IP, is a moat. It's a major, 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 major moat of opportunity within impact and business.
And the main thing, at the top of that pyramid, is you have to have something
to say
and interesting to say.
Or it might not be the most unique, but it is profoundly your thing to say. Yes. Right? Because a lot of things are universal.
You plus a thing becomes a unique thing. Yes.
That part. That's why I wanted to jump in and say that. I want everyone to hear this. Your interpretation, your slang, your framework. People are like, Gary, what about authenticity? I'm like, the most authentic thing in the world is the human being. Mm-hmm. Truly snowflake. None of us are the same.
Never again.
Twins, even twins, wired super differently inside. Yeah. Right? Uh-huh. I believe that's people walk away from their essence. Yeah. And I want them, I know you well enough to say this, and it's one of the biggest compliments I can give you. It has definitely worked for me, and I admire it whenever I see it. The people that really lean into themselves, like really don't try to put other things on a pedestal, other people, other opinions, just get really comfortable of the purest form of them. Yeah. Man, do they have impact, because that's where the uniqueness, that's the uniqueness. Like the way you say things, like the analogies, the stories, the interpretations, the subtle observations that are slightly tweaked, contextual to the moment. And that as a human, and that as an operator, and that as a parent, and as an executive, and that as an entrepreneur, and then as an author and a content creator, it all plays out. It all plays out.
Yeah, no one has ever been like you before. No one will ever be like you again. You have unique experiences, unique DNA. All that's totally unique. So why would you copy other people? Why would you try to be like someone else? You should be you. That's your monopoly.
I believe this is why I talk about patience so much. I think one of the reasons people do it is they want to get there faster. Yeah. Oh, GaryVee did it. I'm gonna be like him. I'm gonna be crazy and loud and okay, cool. Like if you're a Jersey kid from the 80s, cool. You can probably get but if you're an introvert from the South, and you've never cursed in your life, please don't make videos where you're cursing. It's gonna feel awkward. Just like if I'm just like why I was a little bored in reading my own book, because academia is a little bit I can glaze over, but I know why I wrote it. And so, yeah, man, it's because people lack patience, Rye. Yeah. Right, when you were behind the scenes with Ferris and all that other stuff, when I was in my daddy's liquor store all those years, I didn't make a piece of business content until I was 34 years old. You write timeless and forever, which is actually my core message. Mm-hmm. I have 7 to 10, whatever it is. Yeah. And then I am very day trading, but that's how I write books. I like my books to be tight windows of here's the opportunity, and both matter. Yes. But the interpretation of classic, back to the starting point of this podcast, is the game.
Yeah, and what's funny too is when you're making stuff, you're also creating a library of content that today, the Daily Stoic YouTube channel will do more views than it would have done in a month several years ago on stuff that is old.
Just scale.
entertainment studios are libraries. They're making new stuff always. And some of those things are going to be hits in the present moment, but really what they're trying to do is find the thing that will be a perennial timeless hit. And then you have this library, just in the way that you would have an investment portfolio of things that are paying, increasing this a few percentage every year. That's what you're trying to build. I'll put out a video today. I hope it will do well, but my best performing video will do 100,000 views today, but I made it 10 years ago.
That's right. Not to mention YouTube is the second biggest search engine in the world, yes, and that has a lot to do with that. Yeah. By the way, literally as I walked in here, Meta just launched their AI update into Instagram and WhatsApp. I was just looking at it right before I walked in. Search is changing right in front of our eyes.
How so?
Well, I literally just watched Zuck's 2-minute video on Instagram, so I haven't even played with it yet. But what is very clear to me is, holy shit. One of the biggest changes in our society, and we've known this with ChatGPT, but it's very clear of it coming to social. What I saw in the preview there, or at least how he talked about it, and what I'm definitely gonna be looking at on my flight tonight in detail from Austin back to New York is, oh shit, Instagram search is fucking remarkable, and it's very visual, and the results are really strong. And this is going to, just like TikTok has been growing very rapidly as a search engine amongst Gen Z, the size and scale that Meta plays at with Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, it's just very clear that the search engine is something they're pushing very hard within it, and the dynamics that we've seen on YouTube play out to what you just described is about to come to a short form social media world. I got so fortunate because when you're a child, school and sports are so much of your life and your family life, right? And so I'm growing up in an immigrant family. So to begin with, that's gonna be less cush than a lot of people. You're just living a different life. Then in school, long before I got into 11th grade Spanish 1, because I failed German freshman and sophomore year, and Senorita Kennedy saved my life. Long before that happened, 7 years before that happened, 4th grade was when I kind of transitioned from getting good grades to bad grades. And so this will make sense for everybody. School is a big factor in your life as a child. Your self-esteem is very wrapped up to what's going on in school. And so in 4th grade is when I started to get bad grades. And when you're getting bad grades, report card after report card, and your teachers are disappointed in you and this kind of stuff, you're learning how to be resilient. You've got grown-ups, and first it starts with your teachers because they can see it. And I got so fortunate that I had a mother who made consequences. I was grounded for my report cards, but I never felt that my self-worth or who I was gonna become was based on my grades. That was a fine line talk about walking the middle. That's what my mom did brilliantly. I got bad grades, but I got grounded. There was consequences, but I never had my self-esteem wrapped up in it. So I was dealing with adversity very early on because not only are your teachers, and this is the 80s, so some of those teachers were not very politically correct in telling me what they thought about my future. And then you have your friends' parents who know that you're a bad student. And so they've got judgment on you. So basically, grown-ups are looking at me like I don't know if everybody remembers, for some reason, which is crazy because I actually make a lot of money, but in the 80s, everybody loved to say, you're gonna be a garbage man, and that was the thing. And I was feeling that, and then I was, again, playing a lot of sports. And ironically, 4th grade's a good year for me because up to 4th grade, I was dominant in sports because we are very gifted, the Vaynerchuk boys, with hand-eye coordination. We're good at that. The problem is somewhere around 4th grade is when size, speed, and athleticism becomes part of the equation. And so starting up until 4th grade, I was one of the best players on my baseball team. It was going really great. And then all of a sudden there was a shift where other variables came into play, and now I'm losing, so I'm dealing with that every day. Ironically, I think it's why I fell in love with business. So I'm losing in school, I'm losing more often in sports, but when I sell baseball cards, or when I sell lemonade, or when I have a garage sale, I'm getting positive reinforcement from the customer. The market was giving me positive affirmation. And my mom was giving me positive affirmation to who I was as a person. And so I think when I look back and try to analyze it, I feel like the two things I became, a businessman and a nice guy, was very, very grounded in those formative years where those were the areas I was getting positive reinforcement on.
we're among friends here, right?
Yep.
Which is your favorite character?
That's good. How many people by show of hands have more than one child? Raise your hand. Who's your favorite kid? I know the answer from my mom and dad, but I think, I think for V friends, it ebbs and flows. I will say this. I'm obsessed with Accountable Ant. I haven't really developed him yet. I'm kind of saving him for a project I'm working on. But I will say the thing that I'm very passionate about right now is the lack of accountability in society. We have become, talk about something we've lost. We have become remarkable at pointing fingers and not thumbs. It is literally, absolutely everybody's fault but one's self. It's the president's fault. It's the government's fault. It's the governor's fault. It's your boss's fault. I mean, I watch entrepreneurs blame the customer. It's the customer's fault. They don't get it. No, they get it. Customers always get it. They vote with their wallet. Like, if it doesn't work, it's 100% your fault. And so, Accountable Ant is very, very high on my list. I would also say that Empathy Elephant is very big for me. I do believe that empathy is one of the great superpowers of society. I don't know how all of you are wired and your DNA, but for anyone here who actually has the ability to feel other people, not have compassion for them, not feel sorry for them, no, feel them. When you have empathy, you can really do very special things. You know, for me, empathy allowed me to be very caring. And I like that. I like being a good friend and a brother and all that. But more importantly, or actually far less importantly, but in hindsight, what I didn't realize was empathy also allowed me to be such a good salesman. It's very easy to sell when you know what they're gonna say yes to.
But doesn't it make it a little bit of a challenge in business where you're competing against the liquor store down the road, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that comes into perspective. Now we're talking about perspective pigeon. You know, I think perspective matters. You know, it's fun to have my dad here. I think about the liquor store down the road. Like, him and I have a ton of similarities. Even though I love to like razz and say I'm like mom, like my dad, as I've gotten older, I realize how much DNA I have from my dad. But we are very different when it comes to competition. We see it differently. I'm very competitive, just like my dad. I just believe that the world is abundant. I believe that when you're talented, nobody stops you. I've never felt that any liquor store in New Jersey or any advertising agency in the world or any other personality that makes content or any other intellectual property that's being built right now, I don't think any of them are taking my customers. I think I'm good enough to get as much as I need. And I do believe the world is abundant. And so I love competing, but I'm incredibly not fixated or concerned about competition because I think it's a complete irrelevant from someone who's capable of executing. Nobody has ever stopped me but myself. Entrepreneurship is such a wild craft. Learning about I'm so fortunate in my life right now, I get to go to some of the greatest universities in the world and speak to entrepreneur class, and I look at the curriculum, I speak to the professors, and it's very challenging. Going to school to be an entrepreneur is like going to school to be a basketball player. You need to be on the court to be a basketball player. Entrepreneurship is taught in the trenches of the act of building businesses. You can learn principles, but I don't think anyone's confused. You can learn the principles of running a business through ChatGPT in full detail in 2 seconds. The reason I was jumping in, I just want everyone to hear this. My historic push on college was twofold. To your point, there's certain crafts that needed it less, like what the world I was in. But second, taking on extraordinary amounts of debt that had no correlation to getting an outcome was what I was yelling about 15, 10, 12 years ago. And I took a ton of heat for it. Most of the emails I would get would be parents yelling at me because they overheard me with their kid watching the video and they were upset. In this last decade, it is crazy to watch the repositioning of how we all as parents think about. There was shame for parents if their child didn't go to college. That's what was sending everyone to college. And then I got fortunate. I had parents that created a life for themselves and were willing to pay for it. What about the parents that were shaming their kids to go to college and making them take on the debt for something that was never gonna do anything for them? My argument was like, we need to talk about this. Honestly, the reason I don't really talk about it anymore is I think the world has figured this out in a much bigger way. And I meet parents all the time at airports and events and things like this where I can see it. They're not just giving me lip service because they think I'm cool. They're open to their child not going to college because we are starting to learn that there is not a direct correlation, and the cost has gotten so extreme. And this is also, my other point was, when we were growing up, there was no internet. Not only is there the internet, which has ungodly amounts of actual information, but this AI thing is real. Artificial intelligence is one of the most profound technologies in the history of time. The little ones in here right now, like, do you remember the yellow pages? Like, and then we grew up, a lot of us, in the Google era. Google search, Mona, my fiance, is using ChatGPT multiple times instead of Google now. My brother AJ doesn't even use Google anymore. Fully ChatGPT, and it works better. Like, if you know how to be, you got to learn how to use it. I'm sure some of you remember, I myself remember, when search engines first came out, you had to like learn how to use it well, you know? And so the world's, like, asking children to memorize information and regurgitate it on a blank piece of paper, what are we doing? That's not gonna cut it. And so, especially if we're pounding them with debt. And the debt part was always my part, because I was always close to 20 and 30-year-olds and could see how much it was killing them.
And so people will go, well, just read the originals. Why would someone need a book that explains these things? And it's like, I don't know why.
I know why, because context matters.
Yes.
That's very nice, Johnny74, who left the Ryan Holiday comment. Let me give you the answer. If you read the original, half the words don't exist anymore. How about that part? How about the English language and slang have evolved? How, like,
not everyone went to the same Ivy League school as you. Not everyone was steeped in the same things as you.
Ryan, my entire creator career was predicated on that. I was one of the first individuals in the history of wine ever that decided to take wine off of its pedestal.
Yeah.
I loved wine so much that I wanted my friends to like it.
Sure.
And they didn't.
Yeah.
Because it was stoogey and douchey and fucking elitist. And when I referred to a wine, like, imagine if the Iron Sheik took off his weird boot and you smelled it, well, that was gonna resonate for people that grew up in the 80s and liked wrestling in a way of like deep cassis with terroir that's not gonna work for everyone, to your point.
Yes.
Why is it needed? Because interpretations or DJing, or whatever you wanna call it, is actually how if that was the case, we should all stop, because it's always been talked about.
Yes.
That's insanity.
No, there's different people are at different places in their journey and want different things. And there's this kind of narcissism of like, well, the way I get it straight from the source. Like, what I realize is, hey, I wake up every day and I'm fascinated by ancient philosophy. And I understand how it can apply to my life. And then I look around and I would try to talk to other people about it and be like, what does this have to do with me, right? Like, you realize people don't share the same assumptions as you.
That's right.
And that's where middlemen or popularizers or translators or influencers or explainers come in. And it's an important role.
I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even like movies all that much. And I used to watch Siskel and Ebert when I would find them on the dial, predominantly because I loved their banter and interpretation of, I literally had no interest, in seeing any of the movies. Mm-hmm. But I've always been drawn to the explainer. It's, it's funny, it's my language. I mean, I live with unlimited acronyms and analogies because I've always felt like it was a way to convey.
Yeah.
And I find my career in that. With wine, it was explaining a complicated thing that intimidates people.
Yeah.
And then I went into the business world and have stayed in the forefront of new things that are happening in business and try to break them down in a manner that provides people value or give them an aha, because I genuinely think that those things could be beneficial to them. However, I literally don't expect anyone to give a shit about modern marketing.
Yeah.
I don't expect anyone to care about the nuances of wine. I understand why no one cares about sports or garage sales or trading cards or blockchain or the thought that what I think is good means that it's good, that is a framework that I am fascinated that people don't understand. That is crazy talk. My favorite question that I would get 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago when I was on book 4 or 5, and I was the new technology guy or the new medium guy or the pushing the envelope guy or the innovation guy. You'd always get like the third person in line be like, all right, Gary, good stuff. Like, you know, that person that's looking for the Raz. All right, tell me this, Mr. The world is changing. So why do you write this book? Like, why are you even writing books? And I would be like, because people read them.
Yeah.
Like, just because attention might be moving somewhere doesn't mean the old medium is gone. The question becomes, are you capable of producing within that environment? And number 2, what's the juice worth what squeeze? So for example, if you love writing books, just because it might not be commercially successful, or you might make enough money given your time, that doesn't mean that the juice is not worth the squeeze. You might be doing, like when I write this book, I don't necessarily write it to, this is gonna be the best use of my time for money. This will never compete with me giving a 1-hour speech for the ludicrous amount of money that I get for it. However, I get incredible enjoyment as a human being of getting, and I'm sure, I mean, you must get this at scale. I get an enormous amount of emails every single day of my life, every day of my life, that says, hey, I read Jab, 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 Right Hook. This is a book that I wrote 10 years ago that is basically day trading attention. This was originally called Jab, 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 Left Hook.
Yeah.
That, and you, I just told you in your store, I write books for 2-3 year windows more than like forever. And I'm like, wow. And they're like, this change, I got this marketing gig because like, I know that a lot of people learn in book form in a much more profound way than they do in short form social media content. And so I want to put a manifesto down. This one was really, I don't know if you skimmed or read or what, So like this one was a little nerdy for me. I went fucking detailed.
Like diagrams.
Yeah, there's like charts and shit. Like I kind of went like this could be curriculum college course stuff. Even when I read it for the audiobook, I was like, in parts of it, I'm like, I'm a little bored by this because I read it, but I know who I wrote it for.
Yes.
And so for this book, it's actually, a lot of people listening to this podcast, knowing how epic your audience is, they may not love me in Instagram, but this book, if they're like, what's cool about if you're trading for attention is it doesn't have to be commercial. This is not a capitalist book. This is a life book. You might be trying to raise $10,000 for your PTA. You might be running for mayor in your small town. You might have a family business that your mother just retired and you're like, wait a minute, what do I do with, like, having attention and saying something to make something happen is for everyone.
Yeah.
And that's how I wrote it.
Well, what I took from you, and I think it was what you're saying, is you kind of become platform agnostic.
Correct.
You're very intent on the message. What is it that I'm having to say? And then just as like, I publish a book and then it gets translated in 30, 40 languages. I don't think in Spanish. I don't care that much about, Mandarin. I don't think about that. But that's the process by which this one singular thing gets broken down so it can reach all these other people. And I think that's how I think about social media and audiobooks and podcasts. It's like I have this thing that I'm trying to say and I'm trying to communicate, and then I want it to break out and go to all the different people.
Not only do I think over the last 15 years, when I analyze it, detached from my own self, that what has worked for me is being platform agnostic.
Yeah.
But I've also been contextual to the platform medium agnostic, meaning I didn't want to make short form videos.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when YouTube came out, I was one of the first humans on earth to do long form video. One of the reasons I got flown out to Google and Yahoo Video, and before Google even bought YouTube, and Vidler and all these companies, Ustream, which was the precursor to Twitch, I was doing long form when everything was pirated IP. Early YouTube was Family Guy clips. And
you were on Rever, am I remembering that? What was that one?
Vidler?
There was like one that was going to be like YouTube, but you got paid for your videos.
Oh no, I never did that. I'm trying to remember what that was. But yeah, the point that I'm making is like written word.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I didn't blog. If you look at my career on the internet from '96 to today, which is now a chunky little time. We're getting there. E-commerce early, email early, search early, YouTube, social, all of it. Not blogging, because I couldn't write. I started to blog after I was being transcribed from audio, from video. Got it?
Yeah.
So like, look, I think this is where I'm going with this, which is like, you have to be self-aware of what you're capable of.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I couldn't wait to blog and write, but I just didn't have that skill.
The ability to effectively and concisely communicate a big idea is a skill that not enough people have.
Correct, and not every format is conducive to that. To your point, like, people can convey an incredible moment of escapism in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You can have a really fun joke or really cool, or a trick, or, like, and that's beautiful. That's like, that maps a lot of things that happen. It was what was cool about real life. Like, somebody would have a joke in the lunchroom in 6th grade, and that was an incredibly well executed 7 seconds.
Yeah.
We're seeing the creation format of that out in the public, because there was no formats for that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even Tracy Ullman would have those little breaks called the Simpson cartoons, which, right?
Yeah.
Which, they were short skits and it became something iconic. So I think, to your point, I think there's a lot of ways to provide value in very short skits and short moments, but it is not profound philosophical ideas that clearly take time to think through.
Yeah.
And
although people think I think at the audience side, you think it's easy because it's short or
correct.
But it's hard.
Correct. As a matter of fact, much to what I was talking about with day trading intention, especially for the people that are listening that are in professional marketing, not creators or whatever, they disrespect not only because it's short, they disrespect production value.
Okay.
I would argue that all of Fortune 500 marketing is losing right now because they put production value on a pedestal. So they feel that a video made by an iPhone that is mundane, that doesn't have the lighting and is not good. Meanwhile, the audience has spoken with their actions. Humans like it.
Yeah.
Just like Hollywood didn't think reality TV was good.
Yeah.
And then the market spoke.
Yeah.
And now it's a very meaningful genre that used to not exist. I think a lot of the things I think about when I think about attention, or even the concept of the kids' book, like finding the middle.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do with people's inability to understand that their subjective opinions are borderline audacious and often delusional, meaning most people walk around making decisions based on a focus group of one. I sit in unlimited boardrooms constantly where they're like, well, I don't like that. I'm like, well, good news, we're not selling to you.
Yeah.
You're selling to 19-year-olds, you're a 67-year-old, you're selling to women, you're a male, we're selling to people who need this, you don't need this. Why would your subjective opinion of one be a good marketing strategy and a good distribution strategy and a good media strategy and good creative strategy? Now, if you're a remarkable marketer or decision maker, you become an empty vessel and you try to take, I believe one of the things that has worked for me is I don't think my opinion counts. I think I have to make subjective opinions all the time, but I never believe I'm right. I believe that I'm forced into it at times. I have to decide what wines I'm gonna put on my wine show.
Yeah.
I have to decide what I'm gonna write about, but I don't think it's right. And I think a lot of people really do live in a borderline delusional, audacious state and make a lot of bad business, marketing, and life decisions within that framework. The thing that I'm super passionate about, as a lot of you know, is I think work ethic is the one thing that's super controllable, right? Like, a lot of us were born with what we were born with, right? Like, you're only so pretty, you're only so smart, you're only so fast, you're only what you are. The one thing that I'm fascinated by as you sit here, the way you were parented, where you were born, what you got, the one thing that actually is in your control is the decisions of what you do with your hand. It's like a great poker player, right? A great poker player doesn't need the best hand every time to win. It's how she or he navigates with that hand. We're not gonna change who we are or where we were born or to whom we were born with. But no matter where you are in the life cycle right now, we all have the opportunity to start looking at it a little different. And to me, very frankly, I just think we spend an enormous amount of time on dumb shit when we have ambition to do so much more. Now look, you do you. I'm not interested in peddling being a workaholic. I'm really not. You can do whatever you want. The happiest friend I know from growing up, I think he makes $50,000 a year. He's on 17 fucking softball teams. He fucking takes every vacation day off, and he's happy as shit. And I love him, and it makes me so damn happy. I have friends who were early employees at Facebook. They have $100 million in a bank, and they're miserable, and it's shit. This is not a money conversation. This is very simply, do your actions back up your mouth? To me, looking at the hashtag, looking at people talking about this, looking at their social media. When I have the whole East Coast to West Coast long flight, I get into a lot of work. I get all my work done, and then I start looking at all of your social media on the way here. And I look at the hashtag, and I see what you said about the earlier speaker, and I do my thing, right? The thing that fascinated me a lot about this conference is you got a lot of people peacocking in this organization. AKA, a lot of you were talking big shit. And I don't mean about this conference, I went back and looked at all your tweets. Did you know there were 37 billionaires sitting with us today? I'm fascinated by that. I'm fascinated because we're sitting in a world right now where entrepreneurship is on a pedestal of cool. So everybody's flocked to it. And everybody's talking about how they're gonna crush it and what they're gonna do and who they're gonna be. And then you look at their content, and every Friday night, they're at a fucking concert. And every Sunday morning, they're this. And every Tuesday afternoon, they're that. And they watch a shitload of fucking Netflix, and they're incredible at fucking Candy Crush and fucking. And so, I go on this rant, not to do anything or to razz or to fucking call anybody out. I'm just asking a very simple question. I promise you, if you wanna be pumped professionally and personally, there's one thing that will drive you to the biggest success. It's called self-awareness. Do you know who you are? Do you know what you're about? Are you actually talking about shit that you care about? Are you talking because 3 or 4 people that you love talk that game and you just feel like you've got to fit in or appease your mom or dad or uncle or aunt or grandmother's ambition? The thing that helped me so much was just self-awareness. In 4th grade, I punted school because I knew I sucked at it. I knew that I could make $3,000 a weekend as a 10-year-old selling baseball cards, but I couldn't spell 90% of the words that were being thrown at me. It was just who I was, it was how I was wired. And I implore everybody in this conference to really think about this incredibly interesting thing, which is when you're self-aware and you can get to that place of understanding yourself, I implore you to triple down on your strengths and punt your weaknesses. This country is really good at selling down our throats what we're not good at. We're always being sold what to fix. I truly believe that most of the people in this room will succeed by not addressing those things. Now, something could be fatal, right? Like something could really hurt you. But I think you need to just lift those, get them to a certain place so they're not a vulnerability, and triple down on your charisma, and triple down on your salesmanship, and triple down on your work ethic. Whatever those 3 to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pillars are, it's fascinating when you study who's winning and who's not. It's the people that have the confidence to suck at shit that are winning. I can't read, right? Like, I'm terrible at it. Like, reading a 2nd grade book to my daughter's like, you sure you want to read me? You should go look a bird. Yet standing in front of 800,000 people, I'm like, cool, I'm good. Like, we need to start thinking more and more. And as you're going through your careers right now, I implore you to be confident in what you're good at and to punt what you suck at. Because I promise you, everybody else sucks at shit too. Everybody's got strengths and weaknesses. And I'm fascinated by people's obsession to pour all their efforts into fixing their weaknesses, which is playing defense, and not tripling down on strengths. To figure out, do they really want stuff? Do they love how many people love working because they just love the game of trying to win at a career or building a business? Raise your hands. Those people are gonna have a disproportionate advantage because it doesn't feel like work. It's just their zone. For the rest of you, you need to figure out what you like about it and spend all your time on that, because if you're in a place where you don't like it, you're not gonna put in the amount of work that's needed to actually achieve the things that most of you want. It's very, very simple. Put yourself in a position to succeed. Put yourself in a position to succeed. And I will find, how many people here feel like they are not self-aware? Because I want to address this if I can. Just raise your hands if you struggle, you think a little bit with self-awareness. Raise your hands. Nobody wants it. I'll just go to it because I respect why that's a tough one, why we got half the hands that we should have, and more importantly, the ones I got were fucking, crocodile hands. if you're listening for the last 7 minutes, and I'm going towards unfun, I'm going through an awkward territory. I'm going there because it has been clearly in the last 4 years the thing that I've seen that has won and lost. I would highly implore you take the 5 people that spend the most time with you, coworkers or family members, if you feel like you're struggling with this issue, and invite them to dinner, create a weird event where it's like your mom and a coworker, and everyone's like, what the fuck is happening? Create a weird event, and tell everybody like you really want to figure out what you're good at, what you're not good at, and spend 3 hours getting the people that love you or know you the best comfortable with telling you the truth. Because nobody wants to tell you. Because most people are kind, right? We don't tell people because we like each other, like especially the people that are closest to you. But this is something I threw out about a year ago in a blog post, maybe 2 years ago, and it's been the thing that I've been most emailed about. It's remarkable, and it's an unlock, because when you don't see it, when you're blinded to it, you're doing the same repeat behavior that's stopping you from the thing, and once you can break it, if you have the humility to be comfortable with yourself to go there, it's a humongous unlock. But if you're fucking insecure, it's not gonna mean dick. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing with yourself, it's not gonna mean shit. The reason I spend my time on talking about this is not because I want to be a fucking motivational speaker and fluffy fluff and rah rah rah. It's because it's the fucking thing. It's the thing. If your operating system isn't right, you got no fucking chance. If you're not fucking do you know how fucking unbeatable I feel? Do you know that if you think I'm the best and I'm fucking the best and you're wearing my fucking hoodie and I'm the fucking best, do you know how good that feels? Phenomenal. Do you know if you're sitting here right now, never heard of me, and you're like, fuck this guy, I don't like his bravado. I don't give a fuck either. I don't care if you think I'm the best. I don't care if you think I'm the worst. I'm just in my shit because I'm grounded, because I know what I am and I know how I'm trying to live my life. And I want that for every fucking person, because let me tell you something, it fucking is the best. It's such a good place to be. Do you know what it's like to be in your own head and nothing else matters? Do you know what it feels like to give a shit so much about what everybody thinks, yet not care at all? Do you know that when I leave here, I'm gonna look at every single tweet about this talk, and if somebody said, I'm gonna be devastated like I fucking died, yet equally don't give a fuck? When you can get to that place, amazing shit happens. You know why? Because you stop being scared. When you're not scared, you do shit. When you're scared, you do nothing. And when you're not scared, you do shit. And even better, when you're coming from a good place and your intent's good because you're good and you have good to give, shit really starts happening. And so I implore you, let's go. Get the mics ready, I'm ready. Let's go into the Q&A. But I implore you, I'll go into every detail, but I implore you to get inside your head real quick. Figure out who you really are and figure out if what you're talking is being mapped by what you're doing. Because the second you put those things together, shit fucking unlocks. There's best practices. Everybody's different. Even if you follow the right, I put out all my content for free. I want people to follow the model, but they're all gonna max it. Everyone's gonna do it their own way. But even when I hear anybody, a startup, somebody starting at zero or potentially starting at zero, anybody here, the second I hear working smart, I get scared. I try to get them off that, because working hard is the cost of entry of winning. You know nobody on earth that's made it that didn't work hard. You might know somebody who inherited money that didn't work hard, but you know nobody who's actually made it that didn't work hard. So I would just put the head down and try them all. Try them all. Here's my big thing. What is your time worth when you're not happy? Like, I hear people all the time like, oh, but I don't want to waste time. I'm like, you're fucking unhappy. Here's what people do. They're unhappy, you're not where you're at, so you put your time into dumb shit like 2K and Netflix and fucking Fortnite because you're escaping your real life. Your time's not worth anything when you're unhappy. So put it into making yourself happy, which is the fucking work to get you to where you want.
So if you could work anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Nowhere. and the dude laughing back there is clearly like it's never even crossed my mind. It's never been there, it's never gonna be there. I don't wanna work anywhere. Like, I just don't have that ability in me to think that somebody else is gonna steer my ship. I'm just not interested. And by the way, I don't think that's cool. I don't think I'm cool for that. To be very frank, I wish I didn't even have it. You know how awesome it is to be the number 2 or 3? You get almost all the benefits and you get to blame somebody. So the answer is I don't, but I don't think that's a badge of honor. I don't think right now everybody thinks they need to be an entrepreneur and a founder. Meanwhile, I promise you the following. The number 11 at Facebook, she made a lot more money than everybody in this room combined, right? Like, we're not thinking smart. This is back to self-awareness. You need to know who you are. I know who I am. I am a leading CEO, entrepreneur. That's who I am. That's always who I've been. Like, at 14, I was telling my dad what we're supposed to do, right? In the liquor store. So my answer to that is nowhere, but I want to make sure that everybody hears me loud and clear. That doesn't make it cool. That just makes it my truth. You just need to figure out your truth. It's this very hardcore mix of actual humility balanced with ego, but the underlying reason that I've been able to do it pretty consistently for myself and the things I'm involved with is it's all about listening. It's all listening. Like, I talk so much that people don't get it. The only thing I'm actually doing is listening. The reason I'm so good with my community to engage with is because first I'm listening to what you're saying, and shit, I'm there, so I might as well say what's up. Right? The reason I took their selfie picture and put it in my Instagram story was first I was listening. And then I gave them daps. Like, I'm constantly listening. And for the people that follow my vlog, I don't do anything by accident. I'm not spending all my time with 30, 40 different emerging Atlanta 19-year-old hip hop artists for my health. I'm doing it because I believe that there's about to be a run in that scene of the Russes and the Nebus and the things of that Skip of the Flip. Like, I think there'll be culture, and I want to have that association. I want to taste it. And same reason I came here back in 2006, 7, and 8. I thought that this Twitter, Instagram thing, these people were gonna build the future. I didn't give a shit about technology. I was like a very weird guy here 10 years ago. Everybody was like, we're gonna save the world, and we're gonna build products to make people's lives better. And I'm like, yeah. But in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna sell shit. You know? And so what I do is just listen. Like, even in politics, no matter where I sit on issues, right? I listen. Nothing confuses me of what's going on because I listen. I know the difference about what's going on in my Chattanooga, Tennessee office versus my LA office. I go into those forums. I pay attention to what's going on 4chan and Reddit and other places that people don't pay attention to. Me and AJ started a sports agency because I want to know the up and coming athletes of the next generation when they're 16, 17, and 18. I'm patient and I pay attention. And I'm not scared to fail. For every Snapchat and Instagram that I've won on, I lost on Social Cam, right? I lost on Plurk. Remember Plurk 2009 here? But I'm not scared to do two things. One, spend an ungodly time listening versus thinking I can manifest it myself. And number two, once I have a thought, try things. So for everything I get credit for that I did well, there's 18 things I didn't do well that are forgotten because it doesn't matter.
You do a lot of shit too.
Be careful.
How do you balance your work and your life?
Oh, we're talking about work-life balance?
Yeah.
Communication. The end. Like, you just gotta figure out who's in, again, back to not giving a crap. I'm not worried about what everybody here thinks about my work-life balance or the way I parent my kids. I worry about what my wife thinks and, and the inner circle. The kids are getting a little older. I'm gonna start hearing their feedback pretty soon. And so, I think that we are crippling ourselves on parenting and work-life balance, and we're judging ourselves, and we're all just trying to do the best we can, right? Like, this gold standard is ridiculous because it doesn't exist. There's just whatever the current politically correct point of view is, which has historically been wrong on almost every social issue of all time. So for me, by looking at that, I'm just worried about what's happening in my house. So I don't give people a whole lot of advice on this issue because your relationship's different. You know what your relationships are. And so I just try and over-communicate, the end. And some days it's rolling for 6 months and then it gets tough and we just try, but it's hard to suppress who you are. Like, if you're hungry and you're climbing, it's tough to not climb and be hungry. And so you need to be more selfish than you realize because your happiness is the starting point of how it's gonna impact everybody around you. And so you just talk these things through. We've created this world where everybody wins, and the truth is barely anybody's winning. right? There's only everybody thinks they're building the next Snapchat or Instagram. Those are, 1, 2, 3 companies that have made it happen. So I'm scared. I love it because I'm an entrepreneur and I live the reverse of your life. I got D's and F's, was emotionally sound as shit, making $4,000 a weekend, was a good kid, and everybody told me I was a loser because I wasn't gonna be good at academics. So I'm thrilled that we're not just black and white from the 80s and 90s where school's the only way out. And I wish I was growing up in this era because I'd be really doing my thing. At the same token, I think the pendulum has swung too far. Entrepreneurship is very lonely. It's all on your back. It's a ton of pressure. It's all on you. There's nobody to point to. If you fail, everybody you know knows that you failed. That's a tough scarlet letter for the majority of people in it, especially if they're not pure and bred. David, do you know how much I love failing? I fucking love it. I love scarlet letters. I want not only the A, I want fucking to Z because I'm a purebred entrepreneur and losing is attractive to purebred entrepreneurs.
It's the only way to learn.
100%, and it's the cost of entry to the game. But now you have a ton of people who aren't, and they were good A and B students, or they'd be great number 4, or great number 13, or a great project manager, great. But they wanna be a number 1, that's just a totally different game, it's gray. Shit's gray. So I'm concerned because we're funneling too many kids into it. And there'll be a lot of pain that comes along with that because right now I know a ton of 26-year-olds with their startup. They've never failed. Their grandfather was the naming rights of the fucking library that they went to college with, right? They're cruising, but the market, the funny thing about the market, in school, even in college, even in a lot of jobs, your last name, the family you came from, money can protect you. The market, you launch a product, the market doesn't give a fuck, David. The market doesn't give a fuck what your grandfather did. And that's where people are getting hurt. And there's gonna be a lot of pain in the next 2, 3, 4 years whenever this melts. And so I'm passionate to make sure that we talk about self-awareness and getting to know yourself and what you're good at, not that entrepreneur is the key to success. I think a lot of people here need to go and spend more time with 80 and 90-year-olds and ask them what they lived through. Nothing's perfect. We're always gonna have it bad. It's always going to be something. We've always picked on each other for being different. It sucks. So if you're lucky and you don't have that in you, I think you do what I'm trying to do, which is be completely, utterly on the offense of positivity, because if you're positive and you're happy and you're optimistic, you owe it to each other right now to get louder, because the only people that are loud are the people that are upset, right? Negativity's on fire. And happy people are clamming up and staying away from it. That's how we stay happy. I went the other way. I'm going right at it, putting it out every single day. That's number 1, but we're all wired differently. I'm able to eat shit at scale for the rest of my life. It's why I'm a leader, it's why I'm a company, it's why I put myself out there. If you get fatigued, you need to take yourself out there. It's okay to not be there every day, read every comment.
I feel like if I'm not out there all the time, that I'm losing people.
Yes, you are, but what's more interesting? Making $11 million a year and being miserable, or making $6 million a year and being decently happy? You're welcome. That's it. For you and I, practicality grows as you get older, you have responsibilities. When you're this age, it really doesn't even make sense to do the things that we grew up thinking we should tell our kids. It actually doesn't make sense, if you think about it, to not try to do the most high-risk thing in your 20s. Mm-hmm. That's the time where they could all, literally, they're of the age where you could all live together in one tiny place, right? Yep. You have no rent in that scenario. This is the age where you can eat horrible food for $2 and your body's cool, no problem. This is the age when you, it's been a big passion of mine, which is we have to get out of this oh, now you're 22, you're a big boy now, and you should have a job. 22 to 30 should be when people take the biggest risks of their lives. They're not affecting anybody else. Right?
My son is doing that. He's almost 30, and he had 2 degrees in music and environmental study.
Yes.
The EPL closed down when he graduated in 2015.
Yes.
When they looked for a job, and he said he was overqualified, so he didn't get the job. He was very upset.
Yeah.
So for a full year, he did nothing. He just stayed home and just he's here. And he said, "Thank you for at least giving me a roof."
Of course.
Stuff that he went to volunteer at Knowles, the marching band stuff.
Yes.
He did EMT for 5 years volunteering.
Yes.
So he was not bringing any money.
Yes.
But he was happy enough. So now he decided he worked at the hospital as a script.
Yes.
And he's learning so much medical things, so he plans
cool.
to go to PA. But
Good for
in the
him.
meantime, he saves every penny. He goes out and he always said, "Mom, you make the best food, so why should I buy something that doesn't taste so good?" So he's home now, and
nice.
we're happy he's home. My daughter, she worked at UConn, and she was in New York during the pandemic. So she moved back home. She started selling.
So you're the happiest lady in the world.
My kids are home now, and they're saving money.
Love it.
So
you noticed I said that on stage. I think about that a lot. Some people are lucky where they love their parents and their parents love having them, and like, cool, as long as you're not, it's all judgment.
Yeah.
You guys know you're in the thick of it at this age. Like, it's all judgment. Judgment for your parents, teachers, your friends. All you're thinking about, like, you don't even realize you're thinking about it. All you're really thinking about is what people are thinking about you. Like, it's just real. And, you know, building that strength to get to a place of like, wait a minute, what do I think? Not to posture, not to impress anybody but myself. And so that's hard. That's a journey. But yeah, I think the risk, like especially film, like this is 20 to 30 is when you do go to LA and, you know, make $5 an hour or $20 an hour, and in California, $20 an hour, and wait tables and like fucking fight. DM every producer, DM every studio, DM every, like just fight for it.
Yeah.
Because you can. Because then you get married often, then you have children, you start worrying about other things.
But you said too, like social media. I mean, you all know how to use it, and this opportunity is right there for them. Why aren't making content and just getting it out there?
You're one video away.
Yeah.
But the other thing is where it gets daunting is every other kid knows how to do it too.
Right.
And they're like, Gary, there's too much competition. I'm like, then you shouldn't win.
Right.
Like, I love when people are like, Gary, there's too much people posting. I'm like, okay. Like that's how life works. Like, if you're not good enough and you're not good at making movies, you're not gonna make movies.
Right.
But not trying to, then you're 40, that's right, then you're 47 working some job, thinking back to when you were 20 and be like, why the fuck didn't I go for it? You know, Steve, I think for me, it was a journey of losing a lot as a child. You know, I was an immigrant, I didn't speak the language, so it was hard for me to, you know, make friends when I first got to America. Then I was a bad student, so all my teachers said, no, you're a failure, bad, push against. I wasn't, you know, after about third or fourth grade, it was clear to me that I was not remarkable at sports. So there wasn't that thing that a lot of kids rely on. So I basically lived a life with a lot of adversity and a lot of no. You know, my parents didn't buy me things. Mom, I want Nintendo. No. You know, like my life was about no. And so it was very easy once I became an adult to be comfortable in no. For a lot of you, my children included, no was, you were in the business of yes, you know, and in that became the vulnerability because no seemed scary, foreign. So I think the biggest way for you or anybody else at a more advanced age of not being a child anymore is getting into the practice of losing and doing no's, trying things that are hard to you, doing things that require no. People need to have a relationship with no, and that is only something that either you are serendipitously growing up with and or something that you manufacture for yourself when you get older by putting yourself in uncomfortable positions so that you become more comfortable with rejection. It's ironic you asked that question. Literally, my Instagram post that I snuck in while I was doing the interview with Emma, as I multitask, you might have saw me looking down at some point. Literally this post that I just posted is that people are too addicted to positive reinforcement. You're smart, you're pretty, that's awesome. Once you believe that, you become susceptible to negative reinforcement. So Niall, the reason I'm able to deal with pushback and no is actually when Emma introduces me and says all those nice things, I don't believe them. I don't know how else to say it. When I hear that I'm a 5-time New York Times bestseller, that's funny to me because I failed all my English and writing classes. When I hear, you know, when Emma says something like, you've actually made a dent in this global advertising, you know this, Niall, you were with us very early on. That's funny. We were like a ragtag group of 50 people that just were sitting in an office, right? You know this. So for me, I don't get high on my accomplishments, which allows me to not get low on when I'm dealing with negativity. I just keep it very zen, very in the middle. Like, I'm aware of what I've got going on and where it's going. And I'm also aware that I'm 44 years old, which means I have a lot of time to build on this, and it can end up being in a very crazy place, not financially, on impact. I'm well known at this point and I'm just starting. So I know that kind of, God willing, with health and all that, you know, my destiny at some level is for some pretty big bridges, but that will never make me think that I'm better than somebody or I'm greater than, which allows me to then deal with the negativity that comes along with that much notoriety. And I like that. I like that I don't get too high and I don't get too low.
That is a difficult thing to do, because you're constantly thinking about what the others are saying, even though they're on the sidelines. They're not playing the game, you're still in it.
Sometimes that other is your brother that you looked up to. Sometimes that other is your mom who like came to the country and did everything for. Like, sometimes that other is like somebody you really fuck with and love. Yeah. But you still can't do it.
So how do you get to a place where, and you talked about like emotional and mental practice, how do you get to a place where you can start cultivating the things to stop the
practice? I'll give you an example. In her scenario, my scenario too. My mom is I love her. She's like, I don't want to disappoint her. I'm like, okay, do something right now that will disappoint her. Not like something crazy. Don't go murder someone. I'm talking like if your mom's like you got to either go talk to her or do something. You got to practice feeling it. This is why I'm scared of A students. Right. If you're an A student your whole life, like, you fear a B.
It could be suicidal to these kids.
It's because we're not having the right conversations. This is why I'm motivated. Like, as if a B, I wish I got a B. Right. I was, in high school, I was ranked 243 out of 254.
Damn. Straight F student.
I was a D student. D. Like, I got A's in gym. The only 4 A's I got in high school were gym.
There's this inherited fear of failing in your career, your major, your degree, your business, moving up in Dutch Bros management, whatever it may be for yourself. What's your one-liner for just taking the leap and going for it?
You know, it's I hate repeating myself, but like, I get it, and I'll do it until the day I die. Who are you afraid of? Like, what? When you get fired from Dutch Bros tomorrow, right? Like, when you, which I can see is pretty much gonna happen, right? Like, when that happens, when that happens, like, what are you scared of? Like, what, your dad's gonna be like, I told you you're a loser? Or like your girl's like, I can never trust you, I can never marry you? Like, what? It is a woo. Like, what? Like, tell me the thing. Like, what? Like, what? This is why I'm petrified of fucking 8th place trophies. If you grow up where everybody gets an 8th place trophy, you're actually scared of losing, and then you're fucked because losing is real. I swear on my fucking kid's health, I'm obsessed with losing. I fucking love losing. I love losing because I know exactly what you're thinking about my loss, and I can't wait to stick it in your fucking face when I come back. I remember once my grandma said that I was lazy because after 7 hours of fucking dragging wood in my parents' backyard, I was like, I need a break, because she's old school Russian gangster. And I remember laying there and her drilling me, and me thinking to myself, I'm gonna fucking stick it to you, Grandma, like nobody's ever like I like losing. Like, when the Yankees and Rangers won their championships, I stopped rooting for them. People like laugh at me like, you're a Jets fan? I love being a Jets fan. I'd hate being a Seahawks fan because you won, it's over, the climb's over. So like, that's it. Like, what are you fucking fearful of? Like, your sister making fun of you because she's got a better job? Fuck her. That's my answer. Like, cool. Like, don't forget, my friends, you could be winning 28-0 at halftime and lose. So your older sibling that's got a great fucking job could be a crackhead next year. Could. Because he's had a whole facade the whole time fucking trying to suck your parents' dick, right? and he's actually insecure inside, and something went wrong at the office, and he starts fucking doing coke on the side. Like, guys, don't you understand how this is played? This is real. I'm being serious. Who gives a shit if you're losing when you're in college? You got 80 fucking years to stick it to them, bro.
Thank you.
I'd actually have a whole different new concept. I recommend fucking up on purpose. I'm being serious. It's so much better to like eliminate expectations from the get. Then you're playing with house money. If you're scared of other people's opinion, fuck up on purpose, then everybody thinks you suck shit, then it's all upside. Everybody's like, I'm telling you, I'm not joking. By the way, actually, you know what's fucking weird? This is what's fun about like talking, like maybe that's what happened to me. Maybe what happened to me was because I got D's and F's, and every teacher and every friend's parent thought I was gonna be a loser because how many people are 40 or older? Raise your hands. Good. So for the few of us in here, education was the only thing. There was no entrepreneurship in the 80s. That wasn't a conversation. I didn't even know what the fucking word meant. And the first time I heard it, it meant that you were kind of like a loser, like, and didn't do anything. Like, maybe that's what happened to me. Maybe the advice I'm giving you, man, is based on what happened to me, which was because I sucked so bad at school, and that's the only way that we were graded back then, that all expectations were goose egg for me, and all of it was upside, so I was liberated to play in the fucking machine and just went on straight fucking offense and fucking won. So go fuck up.
How do you make level-headed decisions all the time? And if you do, first of all, and if you do, how do you?
I feel historically I've been really good at it because I'm completely unemotional. Mm-hmm. It's business.
Okay, well then probably it answers the next part of my question, that if the decision you make doesn't turn out to be the right decision,
I move on.
How do you move on? Like, how do you not dwell on that?
By not over-judging myself.
All right, well, that's good, thank you.
I mean, and let's play it out. Like, what are you gonna beat up yourself the rest of the year? Yeah. Like, no. To me, life is about alternatives. I make decisions super fast. I make decisions because the speed of the decision is more valuable than the debate. Because if I'm right, I'm right. And if I'm wrong, who gives a fuck? I'm sitting up here as a byproduct of getting Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn right. I spent a lot of time on Peach, on Social Cam, on Vero, on Vidler. Those didn't work out. When you make decisions and you don't dwell, the net outpaces. Everybody here is trying to, in the world, what you're asking is you're trying to be 3 for 3, right? You want to be 3-0. 3 right decisions, no wrong decisions. I'm trying to be 118 to 92. Got it? No. Let me explain. Everybody's looking for perfection because perfection is a disguise of insecurity. I'm just doing because I'm not worried about the ramifications. As long as you're not dead or out of business, no mistake is a big deal. Where this goes is people being worried about judgment. See, I like it best when things look bad. I'm a wartime general in a world of peacetime generals. That's an entrepreneur. That's why I'm scared people are getting into this when they're not. You starting a business with that being a top concern is a humongous vulnerability. Doesn't mean you can't get over it. I'm just trying to make sure during this era of everybody being a fucking entrepreneur, that entrepreneurs need to really communicate what it's about so that other people don't just go into it because it looks good, because it's really hard to be a zebra when you're a fucking penguin.
How do you think is the best way for us to get over the fear of failing at this? Because it's kind of taking a leap. We're currently an in-house marketing department for a 21 chain retail store.
I think you guys if you guys are taking the leap, you guys are rounding the troops and saying, screw this place, we're going to do our thing. You've got to first decide, here are the ways to do it. You do the emotional and the practical when you take a leap. The practical is how many of you are doing it?
3.
The three of you have to figure out worst case scenario, nothing goes well, how long can you survive on your savings, or you're willing to be entrepreneurial ghetto. Got it?
Yeah.
So the three of you need to sit in a circle and you go, India, how long can you last? And India says 18 months. Andrew, how long can you last? 4 months. Andy, how long can you last? 2 years. We know we're only as strong as our weakest link. Goddamn Andrew's only got 4 months. So we have to talk about that. Number one, do you think that the three of you can go without any sales for a year?
Yeah. Well, the good thing is we have investors from the company that got behind us, and they're like, we kind of have a safety net a little bit if it fails.
So great.
You know,
so it sounds like you created the practical version, and now you just have to make the emotional version. Too many people, and you know I've been talking about this, fake entrepreneurship. If you're scared to make the jump, you still have entrepreneurial tendencies. You're not an entrepreneur yet. It's why you worked in a company in the first place. You just got to make the jump or not. It's like swimming. You either jump in the pool and you go, or you don't. The end.
Yeah, definitely. And then that's kind of my fear, because we're just starting this. It's kind of new frontier, and.
Dude, you can't be. Dude, don't be scared. Nothing's gonna happen. You can always go back to the goddamn job.
Yeah.
I mean, what's gonna happen? Like, people are gonna make fun of you? Like, your mom's gonna say you failed? Like, who gives a shit? Go try it, doesn't work, and you go. Don't care what other people think, it's the only reason you're scared.
Yep.
Whether it's your spouse, your partner, your child, your mother, whoever it is, eliminate those voices, listen to yourself, and know that if you fail, you go back into it and nothing bad will happen. But if you win, it's the greatest shit that ever happened. When I was 9 years old and opened the door for an elderly woman at a McDonald's, she reacted as if I won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Good mom.
What my mom did was super smart. She overreacted on everything that I was doing. That was a good human trait. And she held me accountable for things that didn't matter, like grades. She didn't let me complete, I got punished 4 times a year, every year, from the time I was in 3rd grade until my senior year of high school. Literally, I would get my report card, I would take it out of the mail and flush it down the toilet. This is true, which would buy me a week. Then my sister finally broke down and would tell on me. I'd be punished for 2 weeks, no TV, no Nintendo, and then we'd reset. My mom built huge self-esteem in me, and I feel like the biggest reason I am who I am today to everybody is because I feel so guilty and so grateful for what she did for me that I want to do it for everybody else, which is, guess what? You suck at a ton of shit. Good. So does everybody else. You're also probably pretty fucking rad at something. Try as many things as possible until you figure out what you're rad at and you like, and go fucking do that for the rest of your life and stop giving a fuck about everybody else. Dreams you should chase.
Okay, fair.
Right? Like I want to be the best surfer. That's fun. Like, dreams are fun when you don't beat yourself up on accomplishing it. When you champion yourself on trying to accomplish it. And then you being realistic about it. But go ahead, what was your thought?
No, part of that was you said people were doing what they love and weren't as focused on money. They'd probably be a lot happier.
Yes.
I want to spend a couple minutes on something that you've talked about before, but to someone listening who's like, okay, I want that. I can learn to detach from the need to be as good as I might perceive someone to be, which you might be completely wrong. On the figuring out what you should be doing front, have you seen people make that discovery of like, that's the thing that I should be doing? And are there things they did to get there?
Yes, I've seen it a lot because of what I talk about and how many DMs and emails I read for the last 15 years. So far, it all happens from extremes.
Okay.
Horrible divorce. Now, whomever, the wife or the husband, is in like a financially, challenged situation, like life's different. And they're forced into doing something, and they just happen to be consuming mind and other positioning of like, if you're gonna do this, do something you like, and all of a sudden they have a business making kites. This is a real one, and it was just really therapy because there was so much pain. And kites, I mean, I remember this email vividly. Kites were a big part of their childhood and they enjoyed, and it was really nasty. It was very challenging. The father that flew kites with this person passed, and then 6 months later divorce, and then really in a challenging spot. And this person decided to follow the passion route versus getting a job like everyone told them. And she sold kites on Etsy, and 4 years later was selling $400,000 a year in kites. And so that, or the complete other side, someone just hearing the message in the right way and realizing in their early 20s you have nothing but capacity for risk, and decided to run into it, which is and I've seen a lot of versions, just being very humble and aware that they are in a financial family that allows them to go full risk for passion, just having a parachute and a landing route. The reverse, so pissed at their often Asian or immigrant or Indian parents of I'm not gonna be a doctor or engineer, you fucking assholes, I'm going for it. So in extremes, I've seen it in extremes. I'm hoping to get those edges into the middle a little more. I'm hoping someone right now who's just to me, the dream state is the person who's listening now that's making $210 and living a $250 lifestyle. I mean, $210,000 a year. They live a $250,000 lifestyle, and they realize that if they lived a $100,000 lifestyle, it would take the golden handcuffs off of them to maybe take the leap and go for it. So they're obsessed with cooking, and they want their own little bakery, but they don't have any savings because, again, their apartment's too expensive, their car's too expensive, their vacations are too expensive, their nights out are too expensive. They order bagels on Seamless and Postmates. Do you know how many people buy $30 bagels currently, Chris? Lots.
I want to not know.
Well, but we know this. And this is more like the Uber thing that we learned years ago. People will pay for convenience at scale. There are people right now who are buying $30 bagels and don't even realize it, right? They're buying an $8 bagel on Postmates or Seamless or Uber Eats, but then there's the surcharge, the charge, the delivery fee. They kind of are blindly on the tip because they want to be a good person. You kind of wake up and it's a $28 bagel. And that same person is buying a $28 bagel because they make $210,000 a year, but deep down they're they hate being in this law firm more than life. Literally can't wait to 5 or 6 o'clock every day. Truly can't. Yet want to own a bakery. Yet want to start a podcast on Star Trek. Yet and I believe they can, but do they have the humility to move back in with their 50 or 60 or 70 or 80-year-old parents? Probably not. Do they have the humility to get a roommate? Probably not. Do they have the awareness to say, I should move out of New York and maybe move to a suburb of Wisconsin because I actually like the outdoors and my lifestyle there can afford it? Especially right now. I got one. I haven't thought about this until this exact microsecond. We are living right now in a world where a lot of companies will let you work remote. I've been talking about this whole quit your job, start your life by going humble. How about don't quit your job, ask for a move. And so you literally go from New York, LA, San Francisco, Dallas to literally lower cost, deep suburbs of those places for a lot less than living in Manhattan. Could you do that? And could you take those savings? Could you cut out the $30 bagel? Can you take one less vacation? Could you trade in the car you have now for a downgrade? And can you take all those savings on that 210? Now you're living a 130 lifestyle, right? And can you stack 30,000 in savings 3 years in a row to give you that $100,000 nest egg to go? That's a level of practicality around passion that I hope becomes a bigger norm.
My new hypothesis is that once you start doing the thing that you really like, you actually probably will care less about all these other things going on, right? 100%. If you hate your job, of course you're I need these other things to make me happy. My friends have these things.
It's all in, all out.
Yeah.
When I work out, I eat better. If I don't work out in the morning, I eat worse. So it's an all in or all out. When you like what you do, the majority of your life, aka your job, well then all of a sudden you aren't spending $50 on cocktails after work to, deal with what's going on. You don't have 7 streaming services to escape what's going on. You don't find Band-Aids. You get, you don't find Band-Aids for the issue. And the issue is your relationship and your job. And figuring that out is massive.
I got 2 final things. One, So you're all in on let's say you're all in on something, which I kind of am on this podcast. Like I found the thing that's me. It's once you love it so much, you know, I know you have kids. How do you find this balance of I love what I'm doing? A part of me is like I could spend every waking hour thinking about it, but I also love this other. I have these two big ambitions.
You want to mitigate regret. And like anybody who has kids realizes like you don't want to wake up when they're 20 and realize your relationship isn't strong and they don't want to see you anymore. And like they were accustomed to living without you being in their lives, and like it's devastating. And so I just think you're thoughtful. I think, look, there's no such thing as balance. There's your subjective opinion of balance.
Yeah.
Right? I love when people like judge other people's work-life balance. You don't know their family. This goes back to a lot of things we talked about. So I think for every person here, be willing to adapt. I've changed and ebbed and flowed multiple times over the last 15 years on it. Oh, here, this, more there, less, weekend. Like, you know, I think everyone's got their own thing. Like I work very hard Monday through Friday, but I'm pretty checked out on weekends and holidays. And when I say pretty checked out, I'm checked out. Like, unless there's a super fire, right? And so other people may work 9 to 6 or 9 to 5 during the week, but they're also working on the weekend on their phone the whole time. Like everyone plays it different. And by the way, you may go all in for 3 years on this podcast because there's a moment right now, right? Yeah. But then in 3 years, you may be like, wait a minute, I've done that, but like look over here, these little ones are getting big, and like, wait a minute, that I'm worried. And so you can go all in there. Like people can find balance in extremes. You can't judge yourself on a day-to-day basis on these big issues. It's a bigger thing than that.
Yeah.
You know, look at all the people that reconcile with their relationships years later and have great. I mean, I have a friend who didn't speak to their father for 40 years, and now has had an incredible 5 years, and that's because they've leaned into forgiveness. You know, like I think it starts with forgiving yourself. You know, back to your question, like there's a lot of parents right now who have 17-year-olds who are like, oh, too late. Not too late. Like, there's never a bad day to start doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you're 62 and you've never been good at health and wellness, good news. Tomorrow is a good idea to do it. If you have 18-year-old twins and you've worked on just your career for the last 18 years and you can sense they're about to go to college and they don't give a shit about you, they love you, but they're accustomed to not having you be a big part of their lives, good news. You could visit them every weekend at college. Probably a bad idea. They might not like that. But like, you could start today to put it in. If you are angry at your mother and you've got 20 years of resentment built up, like, good news. Today is the day you can start therapy. Today is the day you can go have a candorous conversation that is built on compassion for your mom that gets some of the poison out. Like, there is never a bad day to start doing the right things that are most upsetting you.
Because I love people so much, and you do too. I have no idea how you say it, I don't care. That's something that super duper fascinates me.
Well, maybe, and honestly, maybe that's the thing, right? Because I think what allows me to deal with every single day, people are like, you're a charlatan, you're full of shit, you're a snake oil salesman, you suck, your daddy gave you a liquor store. They don't know my story, right? So I think the way I deal with, the reason I can deal with it is, the reason I can love so much is because I don't care so much, because I know who I am. When people try to troll me and like, easy for you to say daddy gave you a liquor store, they don't know the truth, which is that I gave up 13 of my best years of my life to build my dad's store for him, and I left at 36 years old with no fucking collateral value and no money in the bank. Started over. But what am I gonna do? Spend all my time replying to everybody? Like, what am I gonna do? Go on fucking TV and say that's my story?
Well, what about, you said, like, even your sister, your girlfriend, say, like,
I'm married now, let's not talk about girlfriends.
Like, how do you say I don't care about that too? Sorry, so many questions.
I'm kidding.
Anyways.
I don't care because I know where they're coming from. Like, everybody's coming from a perspective. I deploy empathy, and I know why my sister thinks that. I know why my wife thinks that. I know why my mom thinks that.
You don't care if they're disappointed or not happy with your decision because you know.
I only care if I'm doing something wrong. Wrong is different than doing something that somebody else doesn't want you to do. It's very different. I'm worried if I like hurt somebody or try to do something malicious. I'm only trying to do good, so it makes me very at peace with myself. And sometimes that means that I have to be selfish for a moment, but I know what my macro effect is. And if you want to build a fucking tsunami, you better fucking figure out how to get real selfish real fast. Because if you look at Gandhi or MLK or anybody else, they're the most selfish fuckers going. I'm serious. Like, go break that down. Like, I know, like, this dude's dying laughing. Like, brother, I'm telling you, if you go look at them, right, you start realizing that they were selfish about having a legacy and figured out the code of if they're giving at all times and everybody knows about it, that's going to build a legacy. I know why I'm standing here today. It's as much, and I'm getting paid unbelievably, but it's not ROI positive to me. I can make more money other ways. It's because it's why I'm going over time, because I know I have a little more time than normal, and I'm keep going because I know the last 20 minutes, there's one answer, two answers that's gonna matter, and it's gonna build legacy. You better get real fucking selfish. Because you're not gonna have a ripple or a fucking little, you're gonna have nothing if you're not, because you're not gonna be strong enough to deal with, everybody likes the come up. Everybody wants to be big. You don't know what happens when that happens. You gotta be strong. You don't know what happens when you get the fucking other side of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was really helpful.
You're welcome.
Wait, that wasn't my question though. This will be fast, I promise, guys. I promise so much. Okay, so anyways, I know the why, 100%. I'm still figuring out the how. I don't want to be stuck figuring out the how and not thinking about the next step.
Yep.
And in order to accomplish something that huge of life purpose, I have to have some key components.
Well, the first thing you have to have,
I don't know what those.
well, the first thing you have to have is, what do you have to give?
So once I figure out the how, then
You can't figure out the how. Like, for me, once I figured out that I understood how to build businesses and that entrepreneurship was a gateway to the outcome for so many people because it was independence, I spent 15 years of my life building a business to have the credibility to talk about building a business, right? Which gave people more confidence to look and listen to me, because if you're a 20-year-old life coach on Instagram, you're gonna be faced with cynicism because you're 20 years old. Like, so I think the thing that you have to figure out is, what do you have to give? You know, I have confidence to give. Got it? Like, I'm up here on full fucking attack to inject you with confidence and eliminate insecurity, which leads to having very difficult questions about how you judge other people's opinions in your inner circle. That's how I got there. I was like, wait a minute, all of you aren't doing your thing because your mom parented you in a weird way because she was miserable, and misery loves company, so she tried to make you feel insecure because she was insecure, and that's why you're not confident, and that's not why you're not doing shit. And that leads to you gotta go confront your mom, and that's like, fuck. But that's what I had to give. That confidence and self-esteem was my drug that allowed me to open up my opportunities, which led to the awareness, because I was never scared to taste shit, and I figured out what I was good at because I never cared what you thought about my shortcomings, because they were my shortcomings.
I'm going through a big point of growth in my life. I'm 20 years old, and I know the next 10 years are gonna be like a lot of progression for me.
Respect.
If you could give yourself one tip when you were my age, what would it be?
Don't count anything.
I feel that.
Do you?
I think I do.
Let me tell you what I mean. Literally, don't judge where you're at for the next 10 years. Literally close your eyes until you're 30. Same advice I gave earlier. Like, the biggest problem for people is they're keeping score along the way, which means they're looking back, which is allowing people to pass them. I went into a coma in my 20s. You know, just like checked out. I don't think what I did was right. I checked out so extreme that I like stopped talking to anybody. I just went there, right? I think in hindsight, there was a healthier balance. But I think everybody else is too much the other place. Like, at 30, I'm gonna be this, and at 22, this, and if I'm not the manager at 21, then this, and if I'm not making 63,000 at 20, like, people are just counting against themselves because they're so used to the game of school and rankings and scoring, and then you get into the real world where it's detrimental, not a positive. Do you understand?
I do.
And you're gonna wake up at 30. So I woke up on my 30th birthday. This is a real story. Drove to the store, looked myself in the mirror, and I said, the next 10 years are gonna be really important building years. You just did that at 20. I promise you, when you're at 30, you're gonna do the same thing. So the answer is, it's forever. There's important years in your 20s, there's important years in your 30s, there's important years in your 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s. So don't overjudge yourself. Do learn the work ethic and the skills that match your ambition. I'm completely driven by gratitude. Do you know how grateful I am? Like, do you know, what did I do? My parents had sex at this one moment and created me. Like, I'm being serious, I'm just grateful. Like, I have such a good thing going. People like it, I like it, it's so good. But like, what did I do? Like, do you know how lucky I was that I was an immigrant? Do you know how much I'm driven by a chip on my shoulder? Do you know how lucky I got that I was 4'11" when I went into freshman year of high school? Like, all these things went in my favor. I don't know, man, I'm driven by gratitude. Every morning I wake up and I'm just grateful. Grateful, grateful, grateful. I'm 42 years old almost, and unfortunately, my grandparents, 3 of my 4 grandparents died before I got to know them. So not only was I born in a communist country where capitalism and entrepreneurship is shit on, I went to the place where it's most on a pedestal. I got the greatest mom in the world. My dad taught me work ethic and my word, which made me not a bullshit artist, saved my ass, right? But then on top of everything else, I've had very little death or pain around me, and I'm 42 years old. It's unfortunate why that's the case, given the circumstances before, but it's still my reality, right? And then I have a communication style that for some reason, who knew? Don't forget I was 33 years old before I even made a video. Like, I never thought this could be real. Like, I didn't even fucking cross my mind. I was a businessman. Like, watching 20-year-olds that are hungry and thinking about their lives, right? I'm excited because I'm like, bro, you don't have any clue where this might fucking go, because, you know, at 31 years old, I'm like, maybe I'll make a video on this YouTube thing. Like, you have no idea where it's going. So I'm completely driven by gratitude. I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful. And it drives the shit out of me.
And that helps you, like, to not procrastinate and just, like, be in a slump, if you ever are, like, in a slump. I'm sure we all are.
Everybody's in a slump, but here's my thing, man. Nobody gives a shit.
Fuck yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the thing that people don't realize about slumps and depression, things that you got to break them down. It's, for some people, it's a real disease and it's real stuff, but that's on a different plane. But like, being in a slump, like, everybody's in a slump. Like, everybody's got adversity. There's always something. To me, somebody's always got it worse. There's 7.7 billion people. And unless I'm in some weird little cage in some 4th world country, that means I'm not in last place, which means I have nothing to complain about.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you live in America.
Fuck yeah.
The fuck are you complaining about? The reason I'm excited that I'm cool to young kids is I'm teaching them good principles, not bad principles. All the other dick faces that are popular on Instagram and YouTube are flashing fucking cars and watches and fucking club and all this fucking shit down these 23-year-old dudes' mouths, and it's fucking stupid because it's short-term behavior. I am collecting popularity because of gratitude, and because once I get them in, then I'm like, okay, listen, you wanna know what the real thing is? It's fucking hard work, it's being respectful, it's being a good person, it's being 30 years in the making. Like, and to me, my energy of this is like, it's cool to see it because you don't see it often, and when you see it, you appreciate it. I tend to like the concept of fresh eyes can innovate. So, and I'm also a bad student. So like, once I decided I wanted to start an advertising consulting company, which is what we really called it at first, I just said to AJ, like, hey, we understand startup, I understand small business, we know nothing about Fortune 500, we're gonna be doing this for 80 years. Let's like figure it out. People are starting to reach out to me because I have a lot of Twitter followers. ESPN and Pepsi just paid me $5,000 for an hour of consulting. That seems like a ton of money. Like, let's figure this out. And so we came in very naive. It was about community management at first. Like, brands were not replying on social media. Brands didn't have accounts. The NHL, I was watching the Rangers game the other night and I saw the @NHL Twitter thing as a promo, and I was like, AJ's laptop created that account. My brother's laptop created @NHL for Twitter. Like, it was that early for social in 2009. My relationship was naivete. When we started doing media and creative from day one underneath the umbrella, I didn't realize that Madison Avenue had split it to separate companies 20 years earlier. I'd never heard of Nielsen brand lift studies. I didn't know about Cannes Lions. I didn't know about Ad Age. I'd never heard about Affirm. I never heard about Martin Sorrell. I didn't know who David Ogilvy was. When I tell you nothing, I was a poor student who was 100% obsessed with wine from the age of 17 and to build his dad's business. And my interests lied in, sports and music and Jersey. And I was interviewing someone for a very senior role last night. This kid literally grew up idolizing marketing, right? Like he was like, I read this book and Fallon this and DDB and Ogilvy. And I was like, this, and I thought it was the neatest. I was like, this is so rad. Like that wasn't my journey. I didn't know anything, but I knew that marketing had built my dad's business, and I knew that social was going to win. And I knew that big companies believed in something I didn't know, but I had a sense that it wasn't right? And we got in, and very quickly, early meeting at Campbell's and Trident and Mondelez, Cadbury, I was like, oh, okay. And then like things started happening, which was, I realized television was God. And and that was weird to me because the internet was cruising. And then, it took me about 5 or 6 years to calibrate the industry. And what I mean by that is like, I'm like, oh, okay, like how you measure media like matters. Like they might not even believe in programmatic digital ads. They might not believe in television, but GRPs and impressions and MMMs and MMAs is like why they do it, because they're a corporation and they have to conform to that. Oh, creative, like this is all a facade. It's all about awards and headlines, and it's just people's subjective opinions, and they don't really validate them. And just like you just start like really, but to the point of creativity, the creative is the variable of success. I believe the Super Bowl is the best ad in marketing in the world. Best buy, underpriced, 100 million Americans will consume it. It's what we do. But your upside is based on how good the ad is. The process to the ad is something I have challenging DNA towards, but the punchline of the concept is right. And so frequency and reach, I agree in that. The problem is I believe in actualized reach, not potential reach. So a GRP means nothing to me because I know it's fake. Yeah. It's fucking fake. And so same with the social media view, by the way. I have no love towards social media other than I think it's underpriced attention. And I think the industry hasn't calibrated it yet. But, my relationship knew nothing, believed in my thesis. So I wasn't scared to speak my mind, which of course, was a different narrative. And I'm empathetic to why the industry's like, especially the way I roll, tons of confidence, tons of conviction, tons of passion. And I'm willing to challenge the status quo. I didn't whine. I just come from 15 years of challenging the wine industry, which on a good day makes the advertising industry seem easy. Want to talk about pretentiousness. You want to talk about ideology. You want to talk about focusing on the past. I would literally taste wine that I knew was below par. And the winemaker would say, the owner would say to me, my grandfather built this. I'm like, your grandfather didn't make this wine. This wine you just made, had to deal with the fact that it rained and you picked the grapes too late.
Yeah.
When
you're at that Ad Age event that I saw you at this week, do you feel at home?
Yes and no. Yes, from the standpoint, I'll tell you about the Ad Age event. I left early, and I left early because I had some business stuff and family stuff, not for any other reason. Some people hit me up, they're like, oh, why'd you leave? I was like, I wasn't leaving because I'm like, I came because I love being part of this industry. I'll tell you what really threw me off. I can't believe how disrespectful the industry is to the industry. I was talking to my tables. We had 2 tables for Vayner. I was very upset. Genuinely. I literally said to one of my industries, I'm like, this industry really has a lot of work to do. I'm like, we were at the main industry event and we are not even staying quiet out of respect. There was just no respect for the winners. I was really upset. I didn't say a damn word while those people were on stage talking about thank you for I was shocked. I'd never been. We won a bunch of good stuff last year, but I wasn't able to come. I don't recall why, family or travel, that was already locked in. And I said to my COO, I'm like, because Mark Yudkin, he actually accepted Warless. I'm like, was it like this last year? He goes, yeah. He goes, I was nervous to give the speech before I got here because you weren't here. And I was like, fuck, I can't do what he does. And he goes, But then I was like not nervous at all because I realized nobody's paying attention to anything. So I did not feel at home from the standpoint of it reinforced to me the thing I continue to want to challenge our industry to do, which is we can be nicer and better to each other.
Yeah, everyone's waiting their turn for their moment and not giving a shit about anyone else's moment. At that event specifically, which is, some of it is just the programming. It's too many people. You got people who haven't seen each other in a long time. They're trying to catch up while someone is on stage trying to say something profound.
I'll be honest with you. I fully disagree with you with all due respect. We had a full hour beforehand.
Yeah.
I'm involved in a lot of industries. You know this. I've got my hat on a lot of things. This industry needs to look at itself directly in the face based on what I saw at the gala last week. To not have the cordialness, to not have the respect, to not have the empathy and the compassion towards each other, for when someone's getting an award, to be quiet for 4 seconds and let them thank their teams, I was on the ground shocked.
What is the most memorably fucked up reaction you've ever elicited from a client?
It was by not wearing, early in VaynerMedia, we went into a meeting and the gentleman saw that I was wearing jeans and a hoodie and he viscerally delivered, "Thanks for dressing up."
Man, now if you dressed up, you would look like a total asshole.
Well, that's the wildest part of the story. There's 2 other wild parts. We won the business and he was an early investor in Resi, because we became so close after that meeting. Because for a different podcast, I'll explain how aggressive I was in response, not directly then, but later in the presentation. So again, that goes back to compassion and empathy. I could have been shut down and I could have met his negativity with negativity. I chose not to, and it's led to a very fruitful relationship. The reality is we have to be humble, self-aware, and honestly compassionate to ourselves. When you're hitting a plateau, it's not about motivation. Like, I don't want to be like a rah-rah guy for all of you out there. I don't mind it, but those are like little bursts. That's not sustainable. Sustainability comes from clarity. Clarity is like, why have I hit this plateau? Is this only as good as I am? Nobody really wants to go there, but like talent is part of the process. Back to a lot of themes. Have I gone too hard for too long and I just need a break? Like maybe this is the summer for a lot of you to just enjoy it because you've gone too hard for 4 years and like you've got to a place but you've plateaued, and maybe the plateau is happening from you needing a little break. Think about working out. The people that really know shit, they talk about rest days. Like you can't pump iron 7 days a week and expect gains. Your body needs rest. Well, in the macro of building a business or your project, sometimes you just need a rest day, and that might just be a rest summer. Maybe this is 2023 rest summer for the people plateaued, but this goes back to nuances. I wanna make sure real quick while I'm making this video, for the people that are crushing and ascending, this is not rest summer. This is continue to squeeze the living shit out of it because you haven't plateaued summer. Right? And so like where people are not strong is being contextual. To find out why you've plateaued, there's 100 reasons why. Maybe competitors have come in and created too much supply for the demand. 3 years ago, you were the only one doing oat milk ice cream, and now all of a sudden there's 6 more places in the city that do oat milk ice cream, and maybe there was only so much demand for oat. So it might be external, it might be internal. In general, I can sense off the video I really enjoyed that I posted a couple of days ago or weeks ago, depending when team posted. Let's pop that up, team, that long form video that I really like. I think the thing that's always lost when I talk is the nuances. When I talk about what I did in my 20s, I talk about that from a framework of self-awareness of what worked for me. It's nuances. In these split screens, answering these questions, it's nuanced. Maybe you're burnt out. Maybe you're only so talented and you should do something else. Maybe it's the fact that there's more competition and you need to wait for more demand to come in. Maybe there'll never be more demand and it's a fad and you should jet the fuck out of the whole thing. There's a lot of reasons one may plateau. Maybe you haven't focused on culture and your team is not working as hard for you because now they figured out that you're a dick, not an innovator. Could be a lot of things. There's like literally 900 answers to that. I can literally think of 45 different reasons that a company would plateau. Look at the one that I just used at the end. Maybe it's just your company's plateaued because nobody around you believes in you anymore because they've sniffed out your bullshit. You're not a genius, you're just a dick face. Maybe you fell in love, Boston boy. Maybe you fell in love and you're just like you're not spending every second on the business, and like you're googly eyed, and that's beautiful. And maybe, the honeymoon phase will be over in a year and you can get back to focusing on the business, or maybe you'll never focus on the business again because you found a new balance, and that's fucking beautiful too. Like there's just maybe. We have to be like, in general, like I have a feeling my 2024 content is going to be about like the heaviness of the nuances. You're lazy because you're disinterested.
Exactly, 100%.
When I was 13 to 18, I was told by many people that I was lazy. They just happened to be people that were at school, and maybe my grandma sometimes around the house because I didn't want to hang a picture. But, it makes me laugh so much because people thought I was lazy, yet my life's destiny was to be synonymous with work ethic.
Yeah, like I really feel like if I had something interesting, like when I watch all those videos about business and marketing and real estate, I spend like 3 hours like just watching and just listening, and it's so interesting and I'm so captivated in the moment. But as soon as I switch back to my chemistry class and they start talking about all this other stuff, like in 2 minutes, I'm like so disinterested, so uninterested in whatever they're talking about.
I lived your life, my friend. I understand. It got so bad for me that I started bringing wine magazines to school, and I would read them in the middle of class. Like literally,
wow.
I basically realized something. I realized that my high school was more interested in me passing because they were going for a blue ribbon status in New Jersey, which required everybody graduating. I realized that I could, as long as I showed up for school, that I was going to pass. And the second I realized that, I basically read wine magazines in class, or fooled around, or daydreamed, or doodled, or whatever, I think the key here is perspective. One, you're not missing out. Today it's NFTs, tomorrow it's VR. The next day it's something that not the three of us could even imagine. So I think you gotta make sure that you don't have anxiety of missing out. Once you have a good relationship with that, what you need to do is just focus on learning as much as you can around the things that you're passionate about. Ultimately, your parents will be okay no matter what, as long as you're healthy and happy. But you might have to have a little bit of pain in between now and that success. I view entrepreneurship like I view art. I really do. I believe that artists who are truly artists are happy to live by financial humble means, to be able to draw or to doodle or whatever they do. And if that means they'll make $63,000 a year scrapping by a side job and selling a couple of paintings, that if they truly are a true artist, not one who thought they wanted to be an artist to become Banksy or make money or be famous or be a rock star and date models. I mean, truly, I am an artist and I love it. I believe they're happier than a chemical engineer making $800,000 a year. And I think that's why I associate with entrepreneurship so much, more about the freedom of being happy about doing your true mission than the financial success that's associated with it. Because when I got into it, it wasn't cool like it is right now. Do you understand how crazy it is for me to have young men like you say that I'm your idol? There was no thought that businessmen or women were cool. When I was your age, athlete, musician, but never even, the most famous businessman that was doing something progressive was Bill Gates, and his glasses were the size of my head. It was the furthest, it was nerd culture for the progressive businessman, or very old people. Like a businessman on TV would be a 70-year-old man with white hair, right, Maha? It's very fascinating how things evolve.
Gary, my question for you is, for a lot of athletes, when that dream ends,
how do you find a new passion to equivalent that dream?
All right, first of all, the amped AA in the background is the greatest thing ever. Building VeeFriends is gonna be amazing. Look, I think this is something I've been very passionate about. I feel so bad for people when a dream dies. And by the way, there's a small group of people in the world that it's around athletics. What about the majority of people who are straight A students or good students, and the dream ends the day you're done with college? You're like, oh fuck, good grades in school means nothing in real life. Like, dreams die all the time. And so for athletes, I think you gotta find another competitive outlet. I think the thing that really hurts athletes specifically is how much they enjoyed the competitiveness of it. And so like, that's why entrepreneurship and business has been so big. One of my favorite things about the last 20 years that entrepreneurship became a thing is it became a place that athletes can go when the dream dies. Or when the dream dies out of retirement. The amount of athletes now that don't have to be in depression at 38 after having a great career, and what do they do with themselves? Like, they don't wanna golf. They don't want to coach. They don't want to be a sports commentator. A lot of them are going into business. I know a lot of these athletes, and it's been beautiful to watch, because I probably went to business because I couldn't be an athlete because they're close enough. You know what I mean? And so I think for all of us, whether it's sports or how I'm making this a bigger video, which is especially for all of you where you realize the dream is over, like school doesn't guarantee you real life success. You got to reset, and you got to find outlets of what you liked. If you loved learning, maybe you should go into strategy and research and consumer behavior, because you get to be curious. Like, so there's a lot of cool stuff like that.